Hi, can you guys hear me? I can hear you. You're on mute.
Okay. Do you hear us now?
Yep,
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
thank you.
Good morning, everyone. President Close is running a little bit late, so we're going to wait a few minutes to allow him to come on up. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Me Find the appropriate agenda in front of me. I was just saying I have 3 copies of it here. Okay, we'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, a couple of housekeeping issues. Did everyone hear me all right? Housekeeping regarding hybrid meeting, virtual / in person. We anticipate that Member Foster will be virtual. Is that still the case? Okay. For board members that are in person, there are microphones directly in front of you. When they are red, the mic is not live. Please click on the mic when you want to talk. The mic will turn green, then you can speak. Once you're done speaking, please push the mic again so that it turns red. For board members participating via Zoom, please stay on mute. If you'd like to speak, please push the hand icon to indicate you would like to speak. This will help me to know you would like to say something, and then I will make sure you have an opportunity to speak. For charters or applicants on the agenda that are participating via Zoom, please stay muted until your item is called. Once your item is called, board staff will introduce the item, and then I will call on you to address the board. At that time, you may unmute yourself. For charters or applicants on the agenda participating in person, once your item is called, board staff will provide a brief introduction and answer any questions board members may have for staff. Then I will request that representatives for the charter come up to the podium to address the board. Now, Ashley, please do the roll call.
President Close,
Here.
Vice President Monteith. Here. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Here.
Miss Barr. Dr. Crockett.
Here.
Miss Foster.
Here.
Miss Jones.
Here.
Mr. Ruiz.
Here.
Mr. Stratton. Mr. Swanson.
Here.
With that, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Ashley. Going through this. I need to mention this about item K2. Okay. Item K2 for City Center for Collaborative Learning is being removed from today's agenda. The charter holders financial audit was submitted over the weekend, so no action is required today. Good. Okay, moving on. Item D, Superintendent's Report.
Good morning. Thank you, President Close. Good to see everyone. Superintendent Horn's December report. Keeping with his commitment to high-quality educational options for all students in Arizona, Superintendent Horn and the Department of Education have secured $34.8 million in federal CSP charter school grant program funding to support charter schools serving educationally disadvantaged students. According to the U.S. Department of Education, the charter school programs, CSP, provides funds to create promising new public charter schools, replicate high-quality public charter schools, and disseminate information about effective practices within charter schools. Federal funds are also available to help charter schools find suitable facilities, reward high-quality charter schools that form exemplary collaborations with traditional school districts, and invest in other national initiatives that support charter schools. Thank you to Julia Meyerson and Vista College Prep for hosting the superintendent for this special announcement recently, and Mark Francis for his continued work on CSP empowering charter schools in Arizona. The superintendent said, "I am extremely pleased that we have received this federal grant that will create 24 new high-quality charter schools and help another 23 existing schools with models and practices that result in academic growth. I want to commend the department staff who competed for this funding. Their work has resulted in the state receiving the largest recipient of this grant per capita in the country. Arizona is the leader in the country on school choice, and charters are a major component of that. These dollars will serve as a vital purpose in making sure that an estimated 10,000 students in traditionally underserved areas will have a chance to select a high-quality charter school. Every student in every part of our state, urban or rural, rich or poor, deserves this opportunity, and I am very pleased to be a part of this effort." end quote. The grant also seeks to close achievement gaps in academic scores, provide technical assistance to educators to improve teaching and learning, and encourage dual or concurrent enrollment in college-level courses. The expectation is that students will experience at least 1 year of academic growth on state tests for math, reading, and language arts with a long-term measurement of cumulative 3-year growth. The funding will continue through September 2029. This concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ashley, Executive Director's report.
President Close, Vice President Montier, Superintendent Designee Miller, and board members, good morning. First, I would like to introduce you to our newest team member, Lindsay. Lindsay has joined our office as an education program specialist and will primarily be working with charter schools in the northern part of Arizona. We are thrilled to have her on our team as she brings a wealth of knowledge and experience. Lindsay, please come up and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Board President Close, Vice President Montier, Superintendent Designee Miller, and board members. As Ashley said, my name is Lindsay Odell. I recently, recently joined the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools as an education program specialist assigned to Northern Arizona. I'm thrilled to be afforded this opportunity to work closely with you and the other professionals on board staff, particularly as this role combines my passion for incorporating the rule of law and making a difference in the lives of kids. I myself am a product of Arizona Public Schools. I grew up in Show Low, Arizona. I've lived in Arizona my whole life. I attended college at the University of Arizona and law school there as well. And I've lived, aside from law school and college, in communities in Northern Arizona my entire life. I currently live in Cottonwood, Arizona, where I worked as an attorney for approximately 2 decades. And I also spend my time volunteering with multiple local youth organizations and school organizations in an effort to create opportunity to help the kids in my community. These experiences have afforded me a unique perspective regarding how organizations that serve children can positively impact our collective future, and I hope to bring that with me to this new role. It's my aim to use my experience and background to support the needs of growing Arizona children to become the leaders and contributing citizens of our state. Through my background applying legal principles to improve the lives of those around me, supporting schools, and building strong relationships in my community, I hope to be an asset to both the board and charter holders. I'm looking forward to learning how I can best apply my skill set in service of this agency's goals. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome aboard, Lindsay.
Thank you, Lindsay. I'd like to also provide a brief update on the Auditor General's Special Audit Report on School Safety and Emergency Response Practices. Last week, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee held a hearing to review the findings of the report. Board staff remains committed to working closely with all stakeholders to address the recommendations and ensure charter schools have the necessary resources and support to enhance safety and emergency response practices. We have updated our practices to verify during site visits whether a charter school has an emergency response plan. It is our understanding that most charters have these plans, but if a plan is not in place, the board will work with the charter school to develop a plan within a reasonable amount of time. Communications with additional details will be sent to charter representatives later this week. Okay. I also want to provide you an update on our legislative priority for this upcoming legislative session. HB 2177, which was passed in 2022, required certain charter school leaders to hold a valid fingerprint clearance card. The FBI's Criminal Justice Information Law Unit has since then completed a review of the legislation and has determined that that law needs to have further amendments to further define terms of the positions. Board staff, along with its counsel, has been in communication with DPS and is working on clarifying these definitions. With the legislative session approaching, board staff will work with the legislature to incorporate the necessary fixes. I have already begun these conversations with the House and Senate and will continue to keep you updated on those efforts. Additional information about our public comment. I have a lot to update you on apparently this month. So last week, board staff released the first opportunity for public comment on changes to board rule. The proposed changes incorporate structural provisions from the board's academic, financial, and operational framework into the official rules. These changes are technical in nature and do not involve any substantive modifications to the frameworks or expectations to charter schools. As part of this review, additional procedural, technical, and conforming changes have been identified. The public comment period is from December 11, 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. All comments received will be presented to the board at a later date when the board considers the rules package. Okay. And as I do every board meeting, I will provide you an update on how many surrenders and amendments I have approved, and along with President Close. So since our last board meeting, President Close has signed one surrender agreement. This is a voluntary surrender, and that was for 21st Century. The charter actually closed operations last year, but we have just now received their signed surrender agreement. So it's not a closed school for this year. It's for last year, and they close at the end of the school year. Okay. I have approved 29 amendments. Board staff has completed 7 interval reviews and 16 school site visits in the month of November. Okay. And then, as an update on legal actions, last month the board considered charters that had not submitted their financial audits on time and did not provide their audits by the board's meeting on November 21st. Regarding that action, the board decided to withhold 10% of the charter holder's monthly state aid apportionment until a complete fiscal year 2024 audit was submitted, and that was for 4 charters. Of those 4 charters considered, 2 have not yet submitted their audits. As a result, only 2 of the 4 charters will have 10% withheld with their December payment. If the charters do not submit their audits by the February board meeting, they will be placed on the February meeting agenda for consideration. And with that, President Close, that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions for Ashley before we move on? No? Okay.
I do have a board staff presentation about all the communications and technical assistance.
Number 7.
Yep, number 7. I know, it's a long list. But Rachel will be doing that presentation for you.
Good morning, President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and board members. Today, I'm going to give you a quick update on some of the work the CSA team has done over the past year. In line with the board's strategic operating goal to provide increased support, collaboration, and communication with the charter portfolio and charter school community, board staff has focused on several initiatives over the past 12 months. These initiatives have focused on collaboration, communication, and support. Ongoing efforts to foster collaboration and strengthen connections have included attending state conferences and planning for in-person meetups. During state conferences, board staff has been hosting a dedicated table to engage with attendees, answer questions, and facilitate meaningful conversations. The in-person meetups are still in the early planning stages. An interest survey was recently conducted to collect feedback and ideas. Of the 127 responses collected, just under half were from the combined northern and southern Arizona regions, with the remaining responses representing all other regions. Responses came from a diverse range of programs, providing a representative sample of the board's portfolio. Over 77% of respondees expressed a strong desire for collaboration time to share practices and discuss current challenges. The next phase for this initiative will involve hosting individual meetups in strategically selected locations within the 3 major regions identified. Essentially, we're looking to host one in northern Arizona, one central, and one southern. The second phase of this project will include virtual model-based meetups to provide opportunities for Montessori and Waldorf, alternative ed, et cetera, to have meetups since they're spread across the state. The monthly newsletter continues and is complemented by strategic social media campaigns that deliver a variety of information. The CSA team has been helping Emma with the social media campaigns, ensuring that we have timely information coming at times when it makes sense for our charters and parent community. Additionally, EPMs are now sending quarterly emails providing charter holders friendly, timely, and informative updates, highlighting board resources, communication channels, key information, and important reminders of upcoming deadlines. To better support our direct charter holder community, board staff offers a range of training opportunities designed to address needs and proactively provide information and guidance. Training is available for existing operators, new operators, and new charter applicants, including those who are on the agenda today. Following the launch of the new ASBCS online system, board staff created on-demand YouTube videos, providing charter holders easy access to resources that assist with navigating the system. New videos are added as needed, such as the most recent video on how to submit the FY25 ESP form. It is our hope to begin creation of short, focused training videos on additional topics in the coming year to continue in our efforts to provide comprehensive and accessible information. A few years ago, board staff began developing training opportunities for charter holders based on needs identified during amendment and review processes. The goal was to provide information and ongoing support to assist charter holders with maintaining compliance while operating their schools. This effort initially led to Charter Representative Boot Camp. Board staff also recognized the specific needs of new operators and developed targeted training to help prepare for opening day while staying apprised of common compliance expectations. Thus, the new operator workshop was developed. Building on the success of these recurring trainings and to proactively expand the support offered, board staff launched interval review guidance and renewal guidance training last year in 2 years ago in fiscal year 2023. Currently, board staff offers the new operator workshop, interval review guidance, and renewal guidance training annually, while the Charter Representative Boot Camp is now held quarterly. Board staff has conducted both interval review and renewal guidance trainings for this year, and 2 of the 4 Charter Representative Boot Camps for fiscal year 2025. New operator training is scheduled to be held in March and April of 2025 after we know who's opening next year. Board staff collects feedback following each training to identify areas for improvement or ideas for additional training. Participants have consistently provided positive feedback responses, including those seen on the screen, but even so, we continue to improve and refine our training options to meet needs as best we can. This year, in an effort to better support our new charter applicants and create opportunities for feedback both to and from our applicants, board staff provided a significantly increased amount of support and training for applicants. We began by offering the training workshops that have been available to applicants in past years, but we also included a Q&A session to provide applicants an additional opportunity to ask specific questions about the process and receive answers. In addition to our typical training workshop offerings, we added multiple meeting opportunities to applicants this year. This included meeting with applicants after they submitted their letters of intent to help get ahead of any issues they might have in submitting their application, offering a meeting to each applicant after they received their initial rubric to discuss the findings and answer any questions they may have about the feedback received from the technical review panel. We also offered a meeting prior to the interview to ensure that applicants had the opportunity to fully understand what to expect at the interview and get ahead of any concerns they might have in advance of that moment. We also provided additional board meeting information to help them prepare for today during that post-interview timeframe. These opportunities were a great way to build additional relationships with our applicants throughout the cycle, build their capacity throughout the cycle, and also provide additional timely feedback beyond the rubrics that they are traditionally provided. And that is all I have for you today, unless you have any questions for me.
Close. Rachel, can you have you measured the success of this in terms of compliance issue reduction?
We've not done an official data study of how this has impacted. What I can say is a few things. One is that the number of charters coming before you for compliance related issues has decreased significantly in the last 3 years. And we do believe there is a correlation to the training we're offering because we're able to get ahead of issues before they start. We're also able to manage those transitions in leaders and representatives more effectively because we're getting in front of them within 3 months of them being added. I can also say, and this does not apply to the folks on the agenda today, some of the folks that have been before you have declined our training offerings, and we do think that there's a correlation there as well. As for new charter applicants, we saw a greater increase in application scores from initial rubrics to final rubrics this year than we've seen in previous years for those who chose to participate in our offerings.
Thank you very
And
much.
if you'd like me to pull you additional data, I can work on that
No,
for
I
you.
think that's wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
President Close, if I may, thank you for this presentation. As a charter operator, I can speak to the communication piece, and I do really feel over this last year like a proactive communication component that's been really beneficial to my school community. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you, Rachel. And Ashley, anything else? Moving on.
No, thank you though.
Moving on to item F, call to the public. So let me see if I have this accurate. We're trying to. 2 written public comments were received. One for item L1 regarding the new charter application for, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, Matina's Community Services, Inc., and one for item L2 regarding the new charter application for Meridian Preparatory Academy, Inc. Both comments are included in the posted agenda on our website. And I guess we actually have 6 requests to speak in person at the board meeting were received. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to make their comments. We will hear from Michelle, and again, forgive me if I mispronounce this, candidate, followed by Benjamin Hernandez. And once we hear one speaker, I will inform the public as to which person will be next so that they are ready. All right, we'll start with Michelle. Regarding Meridian Preparatory Academy. Good morning.
Hello. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Tanae Lehman and Meridian Preparatory. I come to you today as a mother. I have been in education for over 5 years, but prior to that, I got an education at UCLA. I'm a former Bruin. Once I left UCLA, I became an Olympian and I competed for our US national team for over 11 years. And in that time, I became a 2-time world champion. And shortly after that, I had children. And when I gave birth to my children, I committed my life to them. And once I committed my life to them, I said I would give them everything they need to make it in this life. And so that meant sacrificing me. In the time that I've been a mother, it has been challenging, but those challenges do not go without reward. When my 2 boys became students at Phoenix Christian, I met a woman named Tanae Lehman, now Lehman. She was over the elementary school. She was administrator there. And my son started having challenges in reading. Now, mind you, she was the administrator. It was not her job to teach him. It was not her job to go into the classroom to make sure he was getting what he needed. It was her job to make sure the school was functioning properly. At that time, she had gone on from being a teacher. And when I came to her and I told her, my son is having a hard time in reading, maybe you can help, navigate me. What do I do with this? And she said, I'm sure we could figure something out. And her solution for this was for her to take 20 minutes out of her day to meet with my son to make sure that educational gap was filled. And for me, someone like that needs to always be in education, watching over our youth, because it is our youth that will be the future. In my time as an athlete, I noticed a gap within athletics. Many times athletes come in and you make a lot of money in all sports. I'm actually married to a professional NFL player. And in that sport, because there is a gap now in the educational system that does not offer financial literacy, Students will go into careers. Students will become athletes like myself, and they will be given resources such as your money that you get from your check. But then what do you do with that money? Do you know? Did you come from a household that offered that? Did you come from a household that talked about that? It's more than your math and your reading. It's also, what do you know about finance? And if you don't study it, you don't know. And so when Tanae told me that her school offers that as a requirement to graduate, I was amazed. I said, this is what kids need, because when they leave school, although you have your education, you need to understand finance so that you can make your household run, so that you can make it in life. And this, to me, is a generational change as well. So I wanted to speak to you as a mother who is raising 4 children and understands the importance of education, because I was also a student and I was also a teacher. I think that Meridian Prep and Tanae Lehman is a beautiful and wonderful, refreshing change to the Arizona education system. And I personally would put my kids there. And so I think that I say yes to this. Not that my my vote matters, my voice matters as a mom, but I wanted to share that story with you because she's just truly a person that is going to go the extra mile, and she genuinely cares about students and she genuinely cares about their education. And so my vote is for Meridian Prep to move forward. And I know that this also not only will be an impact to children's life, I think it'll be a generational change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up, Benjamin Hernandez. Again for Meridian. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Benjamin Hernandez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Meridian Preparatory Academy this morning. I'm a commercial real estate agent, been for about 8 years now, and I've been working with Meridian for about a year now, negotiating on a couple of sites. I can say that Tanae's been very thoughtful in the way she's approached this location, and we're trading LOIs on a very hopeful location that has a very motivated landlord. Has provided a lot of concessions, really wants us to be there. It's right next door to a college that I think would fit very appropriately with the preparatory academy. It's been a very thoughtful process on Tanae's behalf, and I'm honored to have her as a client in this effort. I think she'd make a very good superintendent for a charter school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up will be Brandon Lehman, followed by Carolyn Newsom. So Brandon.
Hard to follow that up. My name is Brandon Lehman, retired military veteran, also the husband to Tanae Lehman. I've been all across the world. I've met a lot of extraordinary people and extraordinary leaders. But I've never met anybody quite like my wife. She works harder than anybody that I've ever seen. From the moment I met Tanae, I knew my life was going to change forever. Not because she was going to be my wife, but I saw the journey that she was on. It was very inspiring. So I didn't realize I was going to have a front row seat to the start of something so great. I remember we had multiple conversations about goals and dreams, and then we got married. Then shortly after our big day, our dreams started becoming reality. Last 18 months, I've been a part of a lot of sleepless nights, hundreds of Zoom meetings where I didn't have the chance to actually talk to my wife, daily sacrifices. Not many people get to see all the hard work that's been done to the process of founding a charter school, but I'm fortunate enough to have seen it firsthand. With Meridian Prep, the future of our children will always be in great hands, just like our children are. The same passion and authenticity that Tanae has is and will be the foundation of our school. And I say our school because all of us here today have played an intricate role in getting to this point. The state of Arizona doesn't need just another school. What the great state of Arizona does need is a school that's going to genuinely care about your children and their education. We have kids ourselves, and countless times we've witnessed our children and the children of others being neglected and not given the resources they needed to be successful. I, like most parents, want to be able to trust the school our children will be attending will not let that happen. I firmly believe the Meridian Preparatory Academy is that school, and I urge you to please reconsider your initial recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Morning, Carolyn.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Newsome. I am a retired CEO of a community business bank and U.S. Small Business Administration Women's Business Center, where my primary focus was business planning, providing business plan, technical support, and loans to women and minority entrepreneurs. I currently run and operate my own retail clothing business, and I'm here in support of Tanae Lehman as well as the Meridian Preparatory Academy. I have known Tanae since she was in high school, and I've known her passion and her heart to always be towards educating children. I've seen her as a child grow up to take care of children, and her first job being in a group home where she took care of the homeless and displaced children. She has successfully ran her own child care center. I've watched her change her career path from a communications major to childhood education. She's now been in the education field for more than 20 years. And to take on this fellowship, the fellowship that she's participated in, and simultaneously apply for a charter school is just a show of her sheer determination and a lot of work. And as we know, whenever you take on challenges, Murphy's Law kicks in. So you have a lot of unexpected events happening. And she's, glided through those things, just, taking them on as they come, rolling with the punches. And just a few of the milestones of colliding events involved her new marriage and her daughter graduating from high school, as well as sending her off to college this year. I am a big fan of Tanae and a mentor. I've seen Tanae always have mentors and guidance around her. So today I'm here to support Meridian Academy. I've watched her grow as a leader. I've watched her take on the difficulties and challenges of putting together a board of directors. I have every confidence that she will continue to develop those skills in putting that team together to help her in the mission of successfully launching and having a stay of Meridian Preparatory Academy. We are asking that the team be given the year 25-26 to execute the Meridian Preparatory Academy, to execute that plan. I believe Tanae has the social capacity, the experience, the knowledge, the dedication, and the support behind her to have a successful start. A denial would mean a delay until the 26-27 school year and a loss of momentum and duplication of efforts, and also a delay with the children in the community receiving the benefits of this school. So I thank you for your reconsideration.
Thank you. Next up is Monica Nolan again from Meridian. Good morning.
My name is Monica Nolan. I am a executive director for Making Sense Out of Dollars. It's a nonprofit organization for financial literacy. And I'm here to support the Meridian Preparatory Academy because Tene has the same passion as I do about financial literacy. So financial literacy is not only about dollars and cents, but it's also building confidence in kids to be able to come when they come across any financial challenges. And also for them to see opportunities where others might see disadvantages, to be able to go across. So when I came across with Tene, and she told me the passion that she had for financial literacy, it makes such a huge difference in our community. We didn't have that advantage when we grew up, but we can make the kids right now be able to learn and grow and be successful in the future by learning these skills. So I'm here in support of Meridian Preparatory Academy because I think the future is incredible for the kids to get the opportunity to learn with them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Then let's see, we have one more, should be Jake Logan. This is regarding the letter grade consent agreement.
Yes, sir. Mr. President and board members, thanks for having me for just a quick sec. For the
Morning.
record, my name is Jake Logan. I'm the CEO of the Arizona Charter Schools Association. I'm going to shift gears on you a little bit here in public testimony. I just wanted to speak to agenda item J, which is the letter grade consent agreement you all will be discussing in a couple of minutes. While I am extremely supportive of the goal of what that's doing, you all have the very weighty task of managing a portfolio of charter schools, and we want the best portfolio we can possibly have. And luckily, we do have a really good portfolio. This change would affect very few schools, but the only thing that makes me nervous about it is that it's predicated upon the letter grade system. And right now, the letter grade system is in a little bit of flux. Now, there's an argument that says, well, geez, isn't it always kind of in flux? The legislature is looking at it and the State Board of Education is looking at it. It feels to me in the feedback that Kelly Powell, who you'll hear from in just a sec, gives me from the technical advisory committee that advises the Board of Education, is that it's a more robust conversation on letter grades. So while the nature of the rule we're very supportive of, giving you all the tools you need to manage that portfolio in schools that aren't performing at all of our expectations is really good. I just want to caution you on the timing, given that letter grades seem to be more energy behind digging into them than maybe years past. And with that, I will say hats off to Ashley and the team. I've been bugging Ashley about this the last week or so, and I know she's tried to capture that potential flexibility in what you all are going to discuss on agenda item J. But I did just want to flag that for you as something to think through when you all are considering that and as you move forward on your agenda today. Brevity is the soul of wit. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, we'll see you in a second, Jake. So.
Yeah.
That's it for public comment. So moving on to item G, presentation and update on Arizona Charter Schools by the Arizona Charter School Association. Jake Logan and Kelly Powell.
All right. For the record, my name is Jake Logan. I'm the CEO of the Arizona Charter Schools Association. Thank you again for having me back. Kelly's going to drive this one a little bit, but it was our understanding that you all are interested in seeing some data from the field, both on kind of birth rates and all those kinds of things, as well as maybe an interest in ESAs and how those might or might not be affecting our charter school universe. So Kelly's going to drive and I'll jump in as appropriate. And I think we've got a deck ready to roll here. I'll just add from our team today, Amanda Patri's here as well. And I'll pump up Kelly a little bit. I think he's the best data guy in the state. And when it comes to kind of telling charter school stories and getting data and making smart decisions and helping you all and the legislature and others, Kelly is our secret weapon. So we love having him there. And I'll also say to Superintendent Designee Miller, thank you to ADE and please extend our gratitude to the superintendent and the team over there for having a data sharing agreement that allows us to see unidentified data, but be able to kind of do presentations like these. So with that, Kelly, take it away.
Good morning, board. Season's greetings. Next slide, please. I know I've shown this slide to probably at least half of you, and I apologize. Some of these slides are perennial. I'll try to put a new spin on it, though. For those who haven't seen this, this is our challenge. We talk about what's best for kids. I'm going to talk about the number of kids. The blue line here represents the birth count from 1970 up through 2023, 24. We do have a new year, our year wrapping up. And I've checked those numbers for the first 10 months, and we're on par to stay about the same, which at the very end of that, you can see the number of kids being born in Arizona is about 78,000. We will probably be 77, 78,000 this year as well. That's down from a high of 100 and whatever number that is at the top there. It's above 100,000. You'll notice that that dip in the number of births happened about the time of the Great Recession. And that is an ongoing issue nationally, internationally. If we go back for just a second, I'm sorry. I'll just use a word instead. I think slow and I have to pause sometimes. With that said, think of that number that is highlighted there as kind of our farm team. These are the kids that, you know, the ones in 2024 in 5 years will be our kindergarten class. And taking that forward, we can see that we will have possibly some declines in Arizona public schools. I'll try to go into more details when we get to the ESA numbers, but I can tell you the third graders last year that took the AASA test, there were about 78,000 of them took that test, and they're probably represented by that high point of 87,000 around 2015. So the number of births, and this doesn't count kids moving in, was about 87,000. The number of kids, once they've grown up and took a test in third grade last year, there was about 78,000 of them. We also know from quarterly reports on the ESAs, there were about 7,000 ESA students. So you add that 78 plus 7, you get about 85. So these numbers are not far off what you might expect if you were to discount the percentage that are in the voucher programs. Now we can go on. Thank you. Here's a slide that I got from the Chamber Foundation from a report they had called The Future of Competitiveness. And this is all of the public in Arizona. This is our population count to date. And you can see those numbers, but this is people moving from California, Illinois, et cetera, and those being born here. Next slide, please. Here's what our population growth rate going forward is projected to be. It is slowing down a bit too. We will still have robust people numbers moving into the state, but the birth count is going to be slowing down the population growth in the foreseeable future in the state. Next slide. And feel free to pause me at any time. The most interesting part of this slide is being covered by Member Foster. I apologize, but her window, I can tell you what it is. These are the projections. Thank you so much. I've done this before, and I know your struggle. This is the projection of public school students for Arizona going out to 2030, done by the National Center for Education Statistics. And the darker lines are the actual counts. And so you can see when they made the projections, we were pretty much on the mark. We have dipped. We've separated from the projected amounts to about the tune of perhaps universal ESAs and others. I mean, projections are as good as the methodology behind them. And I have not been able to check the veracity of this, but I have taken all these projections for every state in the union and the country as a whole and put them in a dashboard that you all can look at if you have some pet states. If you want to go to the next slide, you will see what the projections are for the country less Arizona. You'll see that Arizona is kind of grayed out there. So this is the rest of the country. Arizona was kind of flat going out to 2030. For the country, it's a significant dip going forward. And there are variations as the data comes available. I will be updating this. The link is in your deck, and you can go out and check it if you want to keep it for the next 5 years or so. But we are not in the dire straits that some other states are in. We are projected to be flat. That sounds terrible, but it's really kind of a plus. It's a good thing given the way the baby bust or the low birth rate is impacting the country in general. Next slide, please. Here's a different look at it. I just took the enrollment numbers for 2 years, 5 years apart from 2019 to 2023, and just looked at the growth. This shows the kindergarten only. So if a school was growing, in other words, from 2019 to 2023, they actually have more kindergartners, they'd get a blue dot. If they're about the same, plus or minus a certain set of hand waves, you'll be a yellow dot. And if you're losing in that time frame, you're a red dot. And that's what it looks like for Maricopa County. There's a lot of red and yellow. There are some blues, as you can see, on the kind of outskirts of town. But this also included new schools in 2023. The next slide shows the same without these are the schools that were in existence in 2019 and 2023, and not so many blue dots now. We do have growth areas in the greater Phoenix area, but there's a lot of red and yellow, meaning that the number of kindergartners is lower. And this is true of the general population, but that's a whole nother data dashboard that you do have available at the end of this presentation. The next slide shows the results for Cochise County. So it's not just a city thing. These are the schools with kindergarten in Cochise County, and they're all red and yellow, kind of what we see a lot going on in Maricopa County. Next slide, please. It's in the dashboard. It's available for every county. It's available for every zip code, a number of different configurations, remember, yes. So here are the enrollment numbers as of last week. They do get updated periodically by ADE for school finance purposes. These come from their extracts. These numbers come specifically from November 22nd, a year apart, November 22nd, 2023 and November 22nd, 2024. So the most interesting numbers probably are the bottom set. Charter school enrollment in 2023 in November was 200. These are ADM numbers, so they're a little bit lower than the head counts you're expected to see in October enrollments, which are around 230,000. But 221,531 was the ADM count in 2023. For 2024, it's 22,177, so about 500-600 more kids. So it's kind of hanging in there, holding steady. The district numbers, there's an issue with them, and I do note that in the note to the left there, but it looks like you have a sizable drop in the district counts from 832,000 down to 810. But I did notice that Tempe Union High School District and San Fernando School District were excluded. There must have been a change in their student information system, or something didn't get submitted into the state system. Last I checked, Tempe Union's still open. I can't speak to San Fernando because they have about 50 kids, but they're nice folks when I have spoken to them on the phone in the past. So I think they were probably just, there was a technical issue there. But if we were to add roughly 13,000 to that 810,324 for 2024, that's a pretty good estimate of the number of public school students in districts, which is, 823. Please.
So I can't help myself, guys. Sorry. This is a good news story, right? You've got lower birth rates. You've got less kids entering your kindergarten every year. But if you're a charter school community, we're still growing. You have more choice than ever before. I think that's a real testament to the work you all do, and mainly the schools do. We're doing something right out there in a shrinking market where you have a greater percentage of the students enrolled. It's a real hats off to our schools and everyone, all of us as a community, and what we're trying to do for kids. So I just cheerleader in chief here, but I can't help myself and say that when I see the slide.
just one last point on this slide too, or maybe two last points. If you look at the AOI numbers, I did break out the numbers for 2023 and 2024. That's where a lot of the growth is. The non-AOI or brick and mortar schools for charters are, roughly 197, 198,000 and change. They're kind of static. A lot of the growth is in the AOI sector. Not reflected in the slides coming up, but if you look through the quarterly reports with ESA, and I didn't reflect a lot of stuff on the ESAs because a lot of the reports don't have identification numbers and it's all hand tabulated. But it looks like a lot of the volatility or students moving into ESAs from charters and some districts has probably come from the AOI sector. There's students moving through an AOI program of study, and then they made a choice once, maybe they make another choice. I don't know. It's speculation and stories. I got plenty of those, and we don't have that much time. But AOI sector in 2024 seems to have grown a bit, 1,500, and it's holding steady in the districts. You can see that. But the real loss in the public sector has been primarily in the districts. Next slide, please. This is just a panel comparison over time, 2 years, comparing 2022 racial, ethnic group demographics to 2022, just kind of look and see how things are changing. This looks at the percent of each of these groups for charter compared to Arizona as a whole, all of Arizona, which also includes the charters. And the gaps are then color-coded according to the discrepancy from 0. You can see the biggest gap was between Latinos in 2012 for charters was 8% lower, but now in 2022 at least, it was down to 5%. And this is a trend we've seen. Charters are becoming slowly and surely increasingly diverse, and there is almost parity between the state numbers and charter schools in terms of demographic breakdown. Change is chunky when it comes to charter schools. It happens one school at a time, shifting neighborhoods, et cetera, and the degree that you can get students to attend your school. But it is moving towards parity with the state. Next slide, please. Okay, the promised ESA slide. So I tracked the numbers week by week when they were posted. The last update I have is from November 18th, 2024. It's represented in the far right-hand side of the slide. It's around 83,000 and change, but I do track it every week. It hasn't been updated for a few weeks. Everyone's pretty busy. I understand, but that's the pattern we've seen. Stretching back to before universal vouchers, there was a slow and steady increase of just above 10,000 up to 12,000, a lot of heavily special needs students. And then with universal vouchers, it's taken off, and there's been some hiccups and changes of policies that are reflected. And I try to call those out when things have changed and corrections have been made. But the shape of it is kind of bending towards flat. And we don't really know what the top line, I guess theoretically the top line for the ESA program could be the 1.1 million young folks in Arizona. But my number I tend to focus on when I try to put context to the ESA program is the number of homeschoolers plus the number of private schoolers. Also very slippery, hard to get numbers, but it's roughly 100,000 in Arizona. The number of private schoolers tracked by the National Center for Education Statistics going back 20 years has been pretty static, around 45,000 students. That might be a little bit low because they can't always get compliance and get the numbers, 45, 50,000, and it's about the same number of homeschoolers. So the theoretical, if all of those converted to an ESA, you'd probably be somewhere around 100,000. That's not counting other scholarship programs. That's just taking the ESA funds. So that's what we have for now. I gave you the numbers earlier about the number tested and kind of backing into it. We do have some other estimates from the quarterly reports. it looks like right now, if you were to look at the students who are on an ESA that attended a public school sometime within the last 7 or 8 years, so going back to 2017, there's about 25,000 of them. Okay. So in other words, the bulk or the complement of that would be those that did not attend a public school. Of that 24,000, it's roughly 14,000 come from the district side and roughly 10,000 come from the charter side. And if you just eyeball and look at the names listed there, it looks like it's probably more disproportionately AOIs, but not exclusively from the charter side. But that's all, like I said, anecdotal stuff. That's just me looking at the same numbers and without identifiers and doing a positive identification. But that's kind of what we have. My estimate down in Tucson was we'd see about 82,000 ESA students. We're up to 83, but it is flattening out. And we haven't got a number since the 18th of last month. So we'll see where we go. But that's ESA numbers. And if there's any questions, probably now is a good time to do it, or at the end. I'm sorry to breeze through all my top 10 topics. We only have a few more. Let's talk about state testing. I did say things are likely to change. I appreciate the superintendent office taking a look at the test. It's been a number of years since we've actually looked at the AASA. We have renamed it a few times, but we haven't really changed the standards. We've changed the kind of the way the items are created and perhaps the configuration of them. And that's important to pause every now and then and just do it. Say, is this measuring things the way we thought they were measuring and the way they should measure? So I appreciate the ADE's take and to look at that, at least starting with the standards. I think it's more complex than that, but that's another presentation. These are the results of the English language arts state results comparing charters, which are in the orange bar, to Arizona as a whole. So once again, it's not like a charter to districts. I like to kind of benchmark us against the state as a whole. These are all students added up. So you can see we topped out just before COVID, about 51% of charter school students were proficient or highly proficient on the state test. And you can see the impact of COVID in English language arts. Both at the state and the charter level, there was a drop of roughly 4 percentage points. And it stayed relatively flat since then. But it's still, for charters, hovering up in the high 40s. And once again, this is a dashboard, and all of those categories listed off to the side are clickable if you want to go to this dashboard, and you can see how each of the groups are doing for the charters versus the state. You can do it by grade level, etc. The next slide shows math. And we haven't talked a lot about math because we have, a curricular program being run through the state, Move On When Reading. So there's a lot of focus on reading. It is fundamental. It is a very important skill, etc. Math has suffered way more, or that I should say the results are way lower in math compared to the English language arts test. The drop from COVID was an astonishing 11%. And it's stayed flat or gone down since then. The tests, like I said, or maybe I alluded to, have changed since COVID. We had a new contract about that time. We did switch from having external used items to all internally or Arizona written items through guidance with the contractor. But I can tell you the cognitive complexity of the math test seemingly has gone up, just looking at the practice tests. And what that means is math is a set of skills and it builds on itself. But when you have to unwrap it around the language around math and have a higher level depth of knowledge that you have to somehow unravel to get to the math, you're measuring other things. Arguably, you're measuring executive functioning and perhaps even an IQ element when you have very high depth of knowledge items. It's not discretely measuring math skills. And so why that focus or that looking at the standards and the test and what they're measuring is very important so that we can understand what the scores mean. And if we do have a math drop that is persistent like that is not related to those things, then we might want to start talking about some math interventions. School letter grades, real fast. In the corner there, it says link to detail. Once again, this is a dashboard. You can click on any of those boxes if you choose to in your presentation, and you can see what the breakdown is for charters versus districts, A, B, and C's. We're at a high water mark. About 80% of charters get an A or a B across all the models, which is very good. But as Jake alluded to, changes are coming. When we started looking at the component grades. In other words, not just given an overall grade, but looking at a proficiency grade versus a growth grade versus acceleration readiness. Binky, help me. I'm saying all of the K-8 stuff, but growth to graduation and all of that. When you start pulling apart those grades and then assigning an A through F to them, it's a different deal. And you can see how one area might lean on another. That growth leans on proficiency and vice versa. And when you pull them apart, weird things happen. That is the struggle of the tech committees right now. And that's why we're likely to see some changes going forward, particularly as we attempt to enact the law that requires component grading. But for now, 80% of charter schools are getting an A or B, and that sounds good. Next slide, please. Had to put some funding in there. This is a simple comparison looking at median state revenue compared to Arizona state revenue. This is per pupil revenue going back to the mid 80s. Arizona at one time was a little bit ahead of the national average, and we were there for a while, and then the deviation started to happen. So now you can see roughly where the median state revenue for the country, which is the middle state revenue, is compared to Arizona. This is a couple years old. Of course, it's higher now. It's for Arizona, it's closer to 14,000, but the national medians have gone up too. And I just published the data that's in the National Center for Education Statistics database, and that's been our trend. And that's our collective challenge. Next slide. Here's the comparison of district funding to charter funding. So if you were to combine these together and weight them appropriately, you'd get something similar to that last slide. You'd basically get what the overall state per pupil revenue is. If you break it out, this is what it looks like, districts compared to charters in per pupil funding. And we have a persistent gap there. In the olden days, those who remember back in the early days, we did have transportation funding and some other things, but we don't now. And yeah, the gap persists. Oh, actually, that last slide, I'm sorry. I'm terrible on this. It does say the nation in 2023 was at 19,300 for comparison purposes up there in the corner. Okay, I think this is the last topic. Some of that restricted use data provided to us. It's very messy and hard to deal with because of the nature of it, but just taking a look at the first big graph is not hard to, it's not messy. It is actually comes from the superintendent's annual financial report, which will be published again next month. And so we'll have another data point there for 2024. That shows the gap between district, the average teacher salary in district schools compared to charters. Charters being in the orange. So charters up around 50,000 compared to about 60 to 63,000 for districts on average. Yeah, and it's interesting how the charters kind of were going down up until 2022, and then it turned. It started going up. That could be a sign of a number of things. I don't have a second data point, so it would be not wise necessarily to guess, but I know that as labor markets tighten, the amount you pay folks can go up, and it may or may not reflect that. The next data point released next month will maybe shed some light on it. But maybe another indicator or something else to consider is the little graph down on the side there, which shows the percentage of positions taught by certified staff by the sectors. Of course, districts are required, charters are required to have certified staff for special education and certain things like that. But there's also a preference there. But the percent of staff in charters that are certified has been going down. because it can. The law allows for it, and it's kind of a pressure release valve on the districts, I believe, because the scarcity, I think, is real. And it's going to continue to play out this way. Next slide, I think might be the last one. Maybe not. We'll see. You know, I don't. This is the looking at the number of teachers that are in a full-time position in Arizona for these years with a single certification that's either a substitute or an emergency certificate. And so the numbers are fairly low for districts because, you know, you have to do special things to get emergency certified folks in there. But when you get desperate, say around 2023, those numbers spike. They go up. The numbers have been going up for charters in general. Once again, that's one of those data points that may portend a tightening labor market that could be very difficult for finding staff to staff our schools. And I think that's it, unless you have, links to a number of the things I've shown here, and other links were embedded in the presentation. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to call our office and we're happy to help walk through them. I don't always document things very well, and it's sometimes hard to figure out what I'm trying to get at, but they're bulletproof, and if you won't break them, so click on them all you like. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You seem to document things pretty well to me.
President Close, I have a quick question for Kelly, if it's okay. Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation. Just kind of, I was just doing some monkey math over here. Roughly 83,000 current voucher ESAs, right?
Yes.
And you had stated there's anecdotally roughly 100,000 homeschooled and private school kids in the state.
As far as we know, yes.
And then you said approximately 24,000
Previous
have
public
left
school, yes.
either a charter or a district. So if you take the 100 and the 24, that's 124, right?
Right.
And then there's 83 current 83,000 current ESAs. So that's something like 40,000 kids.
Yeah.
That potentially today are eligible for an ESA that don't have one.
That's correct.
So that number, besides going up for other reasons, but right now there's potentially another massive amount of.
It's a very good point. It's roughly half of what we have enrolled right now. Not that they would all come from the same area. There's big dollars tied to some of the special needs students,
Yes,
which were
correct.
they're part too. But if you wanted to try to figure out the fiscal impact, potentially you could, I wouldn't say take 50% of it, but you know, some percentage of the current expenditure.
Yeah, but you still believe that's going to just flatten out somewhat?
It depends on the other tuition programs and people's their appetite for it. I don't know. It will have, like I said, potentially it doesn't have to flatten out at all. It could be 1.1 million. But just the trends, I think it will flatten out.
Any sense if we're having buyer's remorse of people homeschooling and saying, hey, this isn't as cool as I thought it would be, and then going in reverse?
Our other board, our corporate board, has asked those questions about what is the rate of folks going back to public schools. And that would be a very good data project, one which I have not done, and I'm not sure if we can do it, but that is a very good question.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions though?
I have one, President Close. On your the map, the heat map, where you have the kindergarten and then you this is just Maricopa. Because I'll be poking around and in my own time. When you say new schools removed, do you identify what those new schools are? Are they charter or are they just new, quote, new schools, regardless of whether a district made one or whether a new private school went in or whether a new charter school went in? Can you just
Excellent
identify
question.
what the new is.
Absolutely. It just means they did not exist in the 2019 frame. These are all schools on this map. There is a filter or a selection criteria of charter versus non-charter. So you can select on that and see the number that are new charters or new district schools. But typically, the way the city grows is it starts in the center and it grows out like a set of donuts. And then people start aging out after a period. So you start finding areas at gray, and now they're out whatever to Anthem or that area, the exurbs, or Oro Valley or Marana in Tucson, Tucker Vale. But you can poke around and see. But this is all schools because it's public school growth, and that's what the NCES data is. It doesn't distinguish between the projections for charter versus district. So just to kind of match that, I wanted to grab that here, but you can poke around and fine tune it.
Thank you. Any more questions?
President Clove, I have more of a comment than a question. Thank you. I have the pleasure of listening to Kelly speak on our Friday morning calls at times with the association, and I could listen all day to the data and the different angles on it. I think it's very impactful to me to see the continued funding gap, and then also to look at the staff retention slide, right? Like we, in order to remain sustainable, we have to have options as well for getting those highly qualified educators into our schools. And so when you combine those two things, we really do need something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, right? But in order to ensure, and I just want to say thank you to our charter school educators for continuing to do more with less. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And Jake and Kelly, thank you again. That was good. Moving on to item H, consent agenda.
This is Jessica. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exclusion of K2, item K2, because it's not necessary. So.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jim. Okay, Ashley, go ahead and take the vote.
Vice President Montier?
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thanks, Ashley. So item I, we don't need to address that. One item is taken off, right? So go on to item J. Presentation by Joanna, letter grade consent agreement.
Good morning, President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members of the board. Since 2018, the letter grade consent agreement has been a vital tool in this board's commitment to ensuring academic excellence in Arizona's charter schools. Today, in consultation with the board's legal counsel, you're considering a proposed update to this agreement, a reflection of its success and our ongoing efforts to strengthen its impact. The agreement is based on two fundamental principles. The first is our legal responsibility as a charter school sponsor. Under Arizona law, if a charter school receives an F letter grade, the sponsor must act to restore the school to acceptable performance or revoke its charter. This obligation underscores the board's duty to hold schools accountable for academic outcomes. The second principle is the board's commitment to improving public education by sponsoring charter schools that offer quality educational opportunities. Central to this mission is the turnaround strategy for underperforming schools, which took shape in 2018 with the introduction of the letter grade consent agreement. These agreements are designed to provide F-rated schools an opportunity towards significant improvement with the goal of achieving a C grade or better within 3 years. This framework aligns with meeting the board's academic performance standard and provides a structured pathway for schools to succeed. Since their inception, these agreements have demonstrated measurable success, driving academic progress in struggling schools. Our data illustrates the impact they have had. Of the 31 schools that are on or were on a letter grade consent agreement, 27 improved their letter grade in 1 year, and 65% of those improved to a C or better. By the third year, only 2 schools did not sustain a letter grade of C or better. A further dive of the data specifically for D schools demonstrates that in year 1, 7 schools received a D, and by the second or third year, only 2 schools had received a D. This trend supports today's proposed updates aimed to build on this foundation, ensuring that the letter grade consent agreement continues to serve as a steady mechanism for supporting schools on their journey to improvement. The key revisions include the following. The first key revision are yearly academic expectations. For year 1, schools must achieve a minimum letter grade of D or better. For years 2 and 3, schools must achieve and maintain a letter grade of C or better. Please remember and note that schools that receive a D in years 2 or 3 will be granted an opportunity to address their performance directly with the board before a closure decision is made. The second revision is acknowledgement of policy changes. If the State Board of Education modifies the system for assessing school performance while the agreement is active, the board will consider these changes when evaluating compliance with the agreement. In conclusion, these revisions aim to maintain a structured yet supportive approach for charter schools, fostering consistent academic growth and accountability. By clarifying expectations and providing flexibility in cases of systemic changes, the updated agreement reinforces the board's commitment to sustainable improvement while upholding high standards. We believe these changes will enable schools to achieve long-term academic success and maintain alignment with the board's objective. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
President Close, members of the board, I do have a few questions. First, I just want to commend board staff and the schools that were part of consent agreements throughout this time. It shows the dedication and impact of that actual procedures that you had in place, because it's a great success rate. If you actually look at that, the amount of schools that actually were able to work out of that, I think is really, really great. So I commend you for that. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate that. One of the things, in terms of a question that I have with the timing issue of, working on double ATAC and ATAC, I know with letter grades, with component scoring, and with the growth measure, I think that the timing of making any changes is just problematic. But I guess one of the questions I would have is, sometimes you see really wild fluctuations in year 1 to year 2 because of the growth measure for schools. So they could be a D in year 1, year 2. If you actually take a look at it, there are schools that go all the way to an A or a B. And then because that growth measure was so significant, then you look at year 3, you can't necessarily have that same type of success. So my hesitation is prescribing something that is so, prescriptive for year 3 is where it could become problematic and other schools could fall into, when you've already had a lot of success with what you've been currently doing, trying to get, schools out of that. So I just wanted to, I guess the question I have is, is there an opportunity to change the timing on this, to look at it a different time? Or is this something that you're looking to prescribe and you want to have in place for sure for the next school year?
President Close and Member Jones, to answer that question, the reason why board staff is bringing this to you now is, one, we already do have a charter that has been rated F. We've had conversations with them regarding this consent agreement and the proposed changes that are in front of you today. In addition to that, though, there is a need for that transparency. Schools are already, they're working through this school year. We want to make sure that we're giving schools the opportunity to know, what the board is deciding here. I know Jake had mentioned this previously, that we've had a lot of conversation about the timing of this and some of the concerns that Jake had raised. The need, I think, for timing to come now and not wait until the next couple of months is just because one, we already have a charter that's already going through this process, but two, there seems to be ongoing conversations, both at the State Board of Education, the legislature, and board staff really feels like it has provided some protections in this agreement so that if there are any instances where there is a change, that the board, within your full discretion, has the ability to take those actions. It is within the board's full discretion on how you would act on under this agreement. And then two, this agreement is one that can be updated and is updated annually. We would going forward. So let's say there are changes to the letter grade system for the FY26 letter grades, because and further, I don't believe there's any changes that are anticipated for significant changes to the FY25 letter grades for this current school year. But let's say there are significant changes that come for the FY26 letter grade for next school year. That would need to be considered when the board is considering its updated version of the consent agreement. So I think for me, and why it's coming to you today is one, transparency to the schools, and then one, for fairness for the school that's already going through the process.
I just clarifying question. So to piggyback on what you said, Ashley, we review this every year. And so if there are any significant changes that need to be made, that's something that we would have to look at every year as a board. Board staff looks at it, and then we would look at it as well. So as far as timing goes, if I'm understanding correctly, the concern is just why now? And then Ashley, what you were saying is because there's been some discussion and we already have one charter school that's here. So the flexibility, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. The flexibility is that we do have the opportunity. This is kind of a living document, if you will, and we're able to see it annually, review it annually based on any legislative changes. Am I understanding correctly?
President Close and Vice President Montier, to clarify, once the charter board, if you do decide to approve this templated agreement, then a charter that is rated an F would come in front of you at a later meeting. You would then decide whether you want to offer the consent agreement as previously considered or close down that charter. If you offer that consent agreement, that's the agreement that then would be offered to that charter. At that time, the charter would agree for a 3-year agreement. And going forward, what could be changed is if there is changes to the letter grade agreement before any closure is decided on a D letter grade in year 2 or year 3, it must go in front of the board for consideration. In addition to that, the board in its full discretion would have the ability to amend that consent agreement that is offered to the one school that has been rated an F this year, if there are any changes that are needed. But going forward, each version of that consent agreement comes annually to you. So this consent agreement is only for those schools that are rated an F in FY20 based on FY24 letter grades. Next year, we will bring to you the agreement for the schools that have been rated an F for FY25.
So, thank you, Ashley. President Close, members of the board. So the release of letter grades in the fall of 2025 is then considered for action in this particular change, which then is a year 1, year 2, year 3, meaning that it's more prescriptive in that year 3 you have to have a C or better. That's who would be impacted, right?
The one school that would be impacted at this time would be the one that was rated an F for FY24 letter grades. And then their year 1, let's presume that they get a letter grade in year 1, right? Would be for FY25 letter grade. Second year is 26, and third year would be 27. So the second year impact would start with FY26 letter grades that were released.
Okay, so President Close, members of the board, I just want to make sure because it is a high stakes situation, and I do understand, I do understand, and I understand the opportunity that schools can come before the board if they're in that situation. I'm just thinking of those really wild fluctuations in the letter grades at times, and year 2, and then back down to year 3, and if you fall to a D in year 3. then you can come before the board, it sounds like, right? And state your case. But if you're a charter operator and you're operationally trying to make, impact at the school, and you're trying to think of students that provided you with that, and I'm thinking middle school. I'm thinking really schools that are really servicing middle school, because that seems to be who gets impacted greatly by that growth measure. So you get your letter grade up and you're celebrating, right? And then you have that population of students where it's going to drop. It just does. So, and then you're potentially at a D again. But I guess I just have a hard time if what we've already had, what you've had in place has been really successful in getting schools to where they need to be, and the staff getting schools to where they need to be. I'm not sure if, more prescriptive process is necessary, but I guess that's what I'm thinking of it correctly, right? It's the year 3. It would be in 26, 27 for that particular school.
It'd be considered for FY 26 letter grade and FY 27 letter grade, presuming that they get letter grades in FY 25, 26,
Right.
and 27.
And if it's the same, and then if the assessment changes, or the letter grade or A through F changes, then annually you look at it, we review it, we take a look and see if there's other provisions. Is that okay? I just want to make sure I've got that confirmed. Since I'm the newest member on the team here, I want to make sure I've got it straight. So, okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, that's good for all of us. Any other questions? If there are none, are we prepared to make a motion?
We are, if by we mean me.
As the royal we.
At the royal we. This is Jessica. I move that the board adopt the revisions to the letter grade consent agreement, hereinafter referred to as the agreement, as presented to the board today and found in materials for today's board meeting. If at a later date, the board offers a charter holder the opportunity to enter into the agreement, I further move to authorize the board's president to execute the agreement on behalf of the board without the agreement being brought before the entire board for approval, excuse me. I direct staff to report to the board during regular board meetings those agreements that have been approved by the board president since the last board meeting.
Right, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded.
Any discussion, any comments? None?
President Close, may I clarify? Carlos, I believe your microphone was off, so that was a second by
second that.
Mr. Ruiz. Thank you.
And I'll clarify, Carlos made the second as well. Go ahead.
Vice President Monteith.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
I'd like to make just a quick comment with my vote. I appreciate the conversation that surrounded this, and I appreciated the public comment. I think it's absolutely imperative that this do come back based on the nature of the letter grade formulas and how dramatically they can change. But I vote aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
I'd like to explain too. So, I think with the provision that the fact that it does come back for annual revision, that I understand that, and for that reason, I'm okay voting aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
I'm going to vote aye, but I just want to commend staff for really always looking to excellence in our charter schools and pushing us all to be better. So I appreciate that. I understand the comments and the concerns, but I think our charter school committee or community is up to the task and will be fine. So thank you.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Well, thank you. Let's see here. Moving on to item K, compliance matters. West Valley Arts and Technology Academy, Cassie is presenting.
Good morning, President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and board members. Pursuant to Arizona Revised Statute 15183R and Arizona Administrative Code R75403F, if the board determines a charter holder does not meet the board's minimum operational performance expectations, it shall consider the charter holder's noncompliance and may subject the charter holder to additional charter oversight as outlined in Article 6 of the Arizona Administrative Code.
including issuing a notice of intent to revoke the charter contract. Pursuant to this rule, the following charter holder has been placed on the agenda for the board's consideration. The portfolio includes an executive summary detailing the charter holder's operational issues, a charter holder profile containing the governance structure, state assessment data, student enrollment and demographics, nearby schools comparison, and performance dashboards. A site visit report sent by board staff and a communication timeline summarizing any technical assistance or information provided to the charter holder. West Valley Arts and Technology Academy, Inc. currently operates one school serving grades K through 8 in Levine. During its renewal consideration on May 9th, 2022, the board granted the charter holder a 20-year renewal of its contract with heightened monitoring of its operations, academics, and finance pursuant to Arizona Administrative Code R75606. One of the operational issues identified by board staff during the renewal review was violations of open meeting law. In order to implement the board's heightened monitoring requirement, board staff conducted several specialized accountability site visits over the course of fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2025. Specialized accountability site visits were conducted on March 16th, 2023, November 1st, 2023, April 16th, 2024, August 19th, 2024, and November 18th, 2024. These visits included annual heightened monitoring visits and unannounced pop-in visits prompted by additional information received by the board. During these visits, board staff continued to identify issues with open meeting law. Since the renewal, there have been substantial leadership changes within the charter holder, including transitions in the charter representative, board membership, and education service provider. These shifts contributed to a significant loss of institutional knowledge and demonstrated difficulties with successfully creating and implementing systems to ensure operational compliance in a public charter school in Arizona. In response to this, board staff provided very high levels of support, including multiple specialized accountability visits a year for the duration of the heightened monitoring, and inclusion at the Charter Representative Boot Camp, which included a session on open meeting law. The charter holder was also required to receive outside training to provide additional opportunities for learning, including 2 separate training sessions related to compliance with open meeting law. Despite this support, board staff observed instances of continued operational noncompliance, most notably consistent and repeated violations of the open meeting law. The charter holder's failure to comply with Arizona Revised Statute 38431 and its failure to demonstrate remedies that have resulted in prompt and sufficient movement toward compliance to the satisfaction of the board resulted in a rating of falls far below standard for Measure 2D of the Operational Performance Framework, related to whether the charter holder is transparent in its operations. In this case, specifically open meeting law. The falls far below rating is also the result of the failures being deemed material and significant to the transparent and statutorily compliant operation of the school, and the charter holder's chronic noncompliance over the course of 5 consecutive years, with an increase identified issues in the 2 most recent fiscal years. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Cassie?
President Close, members of the board. I do have a few questions. So in particular, there was a note regarding calendar and the compliance with calendar days and instructional calendar days. And there's no change to the instructional calendar days for a school in the state of Arizona, to my knowledge. So do you know what that entailed?
Member Jones, that section of the summary is related to the renewal that was conducted in 2022.
Okay.
So the calendar day issue that existed in 2022 was part of the renewal. And while we did include that information for your information, it's not part of what they're in front of you for today. It was part of the reason why they were subjected to heightened monitoring. That being said, at the time that we did the visit in 2022 for the renewal, they were operating on a calendar with a number of days that was significantly lower than the number of days that were on file in their contract, which per the contract is a contractual violation, and they were required to fix as part of their renewal.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. But
You're welcome.
But the number of contractual days in a calendar is 180 school days. Is that what they're
So
in the-
no. So statute
Are they
actually,
saying staff?
So statute actually indicates that a school must provide 180 days of instruction or an equivalent number of instructional hours. The Department of Education and State Board of Education, I believe, provide that statutorily required number of hours. That is one section of the of the operational performance framework. This was actually just related to their contractual requirements. So we do require that a charter holder has in their contract the number of days that will serve students. We utilize that as a minimum. As long as they are serving students more than the number of days in their contract, they're compliant. If they are under that number of days, that is a compliance issue that we require them to fix.
Okay, thank you. Because I was wondering if, one of the very first things you do to get paid annually with school finance is you submit a calendar, and it's got to be at least the 180 school.
Understandable.
So that is no longer a compliance issue.
That's
Been
correct.
fixed. There's clear transparency and communication that students attend school 180
correct
calendar days at a minimum. Okay.
Yes. We don't have any concerns about their current number of days or amount of time that they serve students.
Got it. And then I had one other question about open meeting law. So I did, in reading and reviewing the notes, it looks like we did have some members that did participate in some training. Have there been any changes to that charter representative since that training was completed? And if you have to look it up, so I wasn't sure.
Member Jones, it is my understanding that since the two trainings that have been conducted most recently, one with a legal office and the second with the Arizona Ombudsman's office, that the board and the charter representative have stayed the same since that time. I do know they are looking to add an additional board member at this time. I don't believe that board member has attended training, but that board member is also new and I believe was only added back in October. But it is my understanding that the members that currently serve on the board and the current charter representative have received some of that training. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Cassie? If not, is there a representative from the charter?
That's me.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing well. Well, it seems we're doing well.
All right, my turn. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, governing board members. I'm grateful to be here today to represent West Valley Arts and Technology Academy, the charter holder for Riverbend Preparatory Academy. I'm Nick Heward, and I'm the current board president. I feel a great sense of responsibility and accountability for the families, students, and staff members at Riverbend, and I want to do everything possible to ensure that the school can continue to provide education for students. I've reviewed the board staff's reports on the school's compliance issues in detail. I've also spoken with board staff many more times than I know that they probably would have liked to speak with me. And I've spoken with our legal counsel. In other words, I've taken this report and our appearance before the board today very seriously. I want to provide you with some background information and assure you that I understand the issues and I'm committed with the rest of the board to correcting them and tell you what we have done to date and our plans to ensure future compliance. As the board staff's executive summary notes, the school has undergone significant administrative and board changes over the past several years. All of these changes were the result of the then current board's decision not to renew its contract with its management company. The contract was onerous in several respects, including financially. But importantly for the current situation, it allowed the management company to employ all of the school's employees. Thus, when the contract was not renewed, the school was left with no employees of its own and only the board members to try and rebuild. I'm not trying to make excuses, but simply to indicate that the board members had to work together to make administrative and other decisions for the school. Several board members resigned at the time, leaving the board with just 3 members. Therefore, any time 2 of those board members spoke, there was the potential for an open meeting law violation. The board and the school's administration worked through many of those issues, but obviously problems remained. I and the other board members have reviewed the board staff's list of open meeting law violations, along with the technical assistance that the board staff has provided. And although we have much work to do, hopefully it is clear to you that we have tried to come into compliance with the open meeting law. We've engaged in multiple trainings and we have recruited new additional board members. And we did not meet in secret. Although we made mistakes, we held public meetings and made decisions in public. Our board is committed to working through the open meeting law challenges in order to bring about clarity and transparency. Hopefully, it is also clear that our errors were not intentional. Without consistent administrative staff and with changes to the board members, we simply made mistakes. We own all of those mistakes. They were our mistakes, not anyone else's. We are committed to correcting those mistakes. We have a plan in place to work closely with ASBCS and our legal counsel, Osborne Maladin, to continue our work in ensuring compliance with the open meeting law and other compliance requirements. We'll be working with Alexis Rico, who will provide us with detailed compliance advice. In addition to other steps that we'll be taking, we'll be working with Alexis to ensure that our future meeting agendas and minutes fully comply with the open meeting law. We understand that you have required schools in the past to work with compliance consultants, and we've already taken that step by engaging with Alexis because we believe it's the right thing to do, whether we are required to do so or not. You may be wondering why a volunteer board member would do all of this, and it is because I have a true passion for the school and its community. The school is such an important part of so many students' lives and success, and I want to make sure that it can continue in its amazing work. Over the past 5 years, Riverbend has gone from having an F letter grade to a B. To give you a sense of the community, nearly half of our students that are in the 8th grade have been there since kindergarten. Our athletic teams have become champions, winning 4 consecutive volleyball titles, 3 basketball championships, and a flag football championship. In 2023, Riverbend received the Best of Levine Village Award for charter schools in the area. Riverbend continues to show excellence in fiscal responsibility, also taking great concern for public dollars with a student-centered approach. In fact, it was concerns about fiscal responsibility that led the previous board to determine that it was not in the school's best interest to continue with its management company. In short, this is a great school with great students and great staff. We now have the right administrative team to lead the school, as demonstrated by its current letter grade and the retention of its students. The board has great confidence in all of the leadership team, and we do not want our mistakes to impact their ability to continue to change students' lives. The school is improving student academic performance, and it is financially stable. It is the board's actions that are at issue, not the school's academics or any concerns about its financial stability. That is not to downplay the importance of compliance with the open meeting law, but to put the school's performance in other important areas into perspective. We are committed to righting the ship, and we have engaged the right people to work with us to do so. We ask that you allow us to enter into a consent agreement so that we can continue our work to correct the compliance issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see a couple of other people here. Are there any other comments from the charter? Nope. Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a quick question. Can you tell me what year it was that you opted not to renew with your management company?
2023, July.
Okay, other questions?
President Close, I have a few questions. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us. I barely can see name tags, but is there a Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith is, I noticed a continuum that you have been a part of this process for a very long time. So I would love to hear maybe a few comments from you about why you have stayed and what you see with this current climate and the next change, what we're looking at today.
Well, I've stayed because I'm one of those who, once they make a commitment, sticks it out. And I decided that I needed to do that in order to kind of help with the other board members, shepherd the school through this time period till we can get everything squared away and going down the right track.
Well, thank you for your commitment. It hasn't looked like the easiest path. So I had a question, and this could be for any member of the school team that's here to represent. I've noticed that actually financially seem to be some of your higher scores on the dashboard. So you mentioned that you've eliminated the finance company or the management company out of concern for finance. And I actually wanted to speak a little bit about a concern for academics, at least in the data that we're able to view here in our quick synopsis, although it was a big packet. I don't see any or a high enough subgroup under 10 students scoring proficient or highly proficient in English or math at this time. So I'm curious if you guys have some academic intervention plans in place, if you've also noticed that really significantly low proficient group.
Hi, I'm Melissa Aguilar. I'm the Director of Academics. Over the past couple of years,
Absolutely. We 100% agree that there is a need for change, especially in their academics. We see the need. We have, over the past 2 years, implemented a full, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the word, intervention program for both ELA and for math. So they do get pulled in small groups based on their testing data throughout the day. And then we have also implemented tutoring after school, Monday through Wednesday, both again for ELA and for math. Dr. Rathers himself, our principal, runs his own math tutoring group coming in December, or when we come back in January, I'm sorry. He will continue that. I will be pulling my own math group as well. And we also still have 2 reading groups and another upper grade writing level tutoring group as well.
Thank you for that and for that commitment. Knowing that a lot of your students have stayed since they were in the early grades in kinder, do you guys have a EL or special services continuum and director? I did notice those percentages seemed a bit low based on the overall performance of the population.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Rathers. I'm the principal of the school. Yes, we actually have an EO provider coming on January 6th. And then we also do have our special services coordinator. Unfortunately, she's been out for a little bit based upon a surgery that she had to have, but she'll be back in place in January. So yes, we are committed to making sure that those students, their support is there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, Jessica, you have a motion?
I do have a motion. I move to find that West Valley Arts and Technology Academy, Inc., hereinafter, referred to in this motion as the charter holder, has failed to meet the operational performance expectations set forth in the board's operational performance framework and has violated its charter contract and state and federal law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regards to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter, other obligations to the board, and state and federal law. In an effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board directs staff to work with legal counsel to develop a consent agreement that addresses the charter holder's noncompliance with the board's operational performance expectations, its charter and state and federal law as identified in today's materials. The terms of this agreement shall be consistent with the terms set forth in previous consent agreements between the board and other charter holders for failure to comply with the board's operational performance expectations and shall include the following. A charter holder shall, 1, meet with the board staff on a quarterly basis during fiscal year 25, fiscal year 26, and fiscal year 27 to review and discuss the charter holder's compliance with its charter, other obligations to the board, and state and federal law. 2, identify a contractor, which it sounds like you've already done, or employee who is responsible for ensuring that the charter holder is in compliance with its charter, other obligations to the board, and state and federal law. And 3, establish and submit to board staff, a plan as determined by board staff for continued operations and internal oversight of the school. I further move that the board authorize the board president to approve and sign the consent agreement executed by the charter holder without it being brought before the entire board for approval at a subsequent meeting. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the consent agreement developed by board staff and the board's legal counsel, or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by the date specified by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract for the reasons specified already.
Thank you, Jessica. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Crockett. Okay, Ashley, go ahead and please tally the vote.
Vice President Monteith?
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Aye.
President Close?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Close,
Yes.
I don't know how other board members feel or how you feel, but would now be an appropriate time to take a break?
For the meat of the meeting?
Yeah.
What, 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you're talking, but the mic is muted.
Can you hear us now? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
All right. First, board staff would like to provide some background information about the application cycle. At its February meeting, the board approved the current application for a new charter for both brick and mortar and online schools. Each year, the board approves updated expectations and criteria for applicants. In February and March, board staff provided training for applicants to outline the process and changes for the cycle and to answer questions about the criteria and expectations for each of the required plans. Applicants were required to submit applications by a deadline of May 20th, 2024. The applicants before you today have likely been working on these applications for a year or more. After submission, application packages were reviewed by board staff for administrative completeness, which includes ensuring that all materials are present and ready for review, and that the application fee has been submitted. After the administrative review, applications are forwarded to the Technical Review Panel, or TRP, to undergo the substantive review of the application package. Individuals for the Technical Review Panel are recruited from across the country. Applicants for the TRP submit resumes and written responses to questions related to TRP qualifications. Board staff reviews these resumes and written responses and chooses top candidates with expertise in charter school business, operations, and academics. Once these individuals are chosen, teams of 3 are formed to review applications. Board staff strives to ensure that the experience on these teams is well balanced in each of the 3 areas that were previously mentioned. Additionally, board staff endeavors to assign teams to applications in which they may have greater expertise. For example, if an application indicates that it will serve an alternative population, as defined by the Arizona Department of Education, we try to assign the application to a team with experience and expertise with that population or chosen model. Additionally, applications and team members are reviewed to ensure that any potential conflicts are avoided. For example, if an applicant intends to open in a certain city, the team is comprised of individuals that do not have charters in that city or surrounding areas and are not currently looking to expand to that area. These processes help to ensure that each team reviewing an application is doing so objectively and without conflict. The board's criteria for substantive completeness is defined in the publicly released new charter application instructions. Using rubrics, the TRP reviews the application packages against the criteria set by the board, first through independent individual reviews, then through a consensus process that includes all 3 team members. Board staff sits in on the consensus calls to clarify statutes, rules, and criteria, and to ensure an understanding of the TRP's discussions and rationale for their determined ratings. For applications that include the intent to have an AOI, the AOI components were forwarded to Rio Salado for their review. The criteria used by Rio Salado are in the application instructions and are consistent with the criteria used to evaluate AOI packages for existing charters in the portfolio. After this initial review, the completed rubrics are released to the applicants, and they are given the opportunity to revise and resubmit their application packages based on the feedback provided by the TRP and Rio Salado, if applicable, in the rubric. During the time between the release of the rubric and the resubmission, board staff provided applicants the opportunity to engage in meetings with staff to answer questions about ratings, clarify TRP feedback, and provide technical assistance regarding the revision and resubmission process. When the application packages are resubmitted, they go through a final evaluation by the review teams against the same criteria. And once again, these rubrics, which again include feedback, are provided to applicants. If an application is substantively complete, it automatically proceeds to the interview. The applicants before you today requested for their substantively incomplete applications to proceed to the capacity interviews. The TRP conducts a capacity interview with each applicant team. This opportunity is used to gain clarification on any areas of deficiency that still remain in the application, and also to assess the capacity of the applicant team. To do this, the TRP asks questions about the application itself, providing the applicant the opportunity to verbally address concerns the TRP may still have after the review of the paper application, whether in areas that met the standard or did not. These questions may also relate to concerns the TRP has about the viability or sustainability of the applicant's plan. Additionally, the TRP may ask scenario-based questions to understand the capacity of the team and its ability to work through situations or problems that may arise with the plans described in the application. Applicants were asked during the capacity interview about their engagement with the support opportunities offered by the board during the cycle, from training to review rubric meetings to pre-interview discussions. The applicants' responses, including information about how they used those opportunities for reflective learning and improvement, are outlined in the TRP recommendation reports included in the posted board materials. After the capacity interviews, the TRP confers to determine whether to provide the board a recommendation to approve or deny each application package. The TRP uses information from the paper application and the capacity interview to make this recommendation. Finally, the team leads, with input from their additional team members, write the recommendation reports using the information gathered from the application, the rubrics, and capacity interview. These reports are included in the board materials you have before you today, along with an executive summary outlining each applicant's proposed program of instruction, its target population, and its operational and financial plans. As outlined, the new charter application process is one that is both rigorous and lengthy, with many levels of review conducted by qualified individuals. Before we move to this year's applications, do any board members have any questions or comments about the process as described?
Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, Shannon.
All right. Matina's Community Services, Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open Vanguard Academy, providing a program in which students will learn by active engagement with a sensory-rich curriculum and instructional program, serving grades K through 5 in Levine. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle, because the applicant's educational plan scored 18.97%, the operational plan scored 58.93%, and the business plan scored 40%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be denied. Further information about the TRP's rationale for this recommendation was included in the board materials, specifically in Appendix A, the recommendation report. And I'm available for questions if you have them.
Any questions from the board for Shannon? No? Is there a representative from from Matina here? Good morning.
Greetings, President Klaus and Charter Board members. My name is Mariam Mohammed, the Chair Board of Matina's Community Inc. Services. This is Takara Trailer, Stacy Mohammed, and we have Ms. Michelle Courtney in the back.
Okay, so we had presented a letter that we did submit. I don't know if you guys got it. We did make copies just in case, but I wanted to start off just by reading the letter. This will encase how we interpret it when we receive the scoring rubric after the capacity interview. To start off, Matina's Community Services, Inc. and Vanguard Academy Board of Directors We hereby submit the following as a part of our hearing testimony pursuant to Arizona Administrative Code R7-5-204-I7. In 2023, the charter application cycle, Matina's Community Service, Inc. application for Vanguard Academy was deemed administratively incomplete. At that time, the Arizona State Board of Charter Schools encouraged us to reapply, so we were here last year. In the 2024 application cycle, we did reapply, which brings us here again. The Arizona legislature cited at least 2 purposes for charter schools in the state of Arizona, including to provide a learning environment that will improve pupil achievement and to provide additional academic choices for parents and pupils. Our charter application places great emphasis on improving pupil achievement and giving parents and pupils additional academic choices. During the application process, we learned from the state board staff that their evaluation of the probability of future academic success is not a part of their application evaluation criteria. What we propose is a solution to unmet needs in our public educational system. We submit that we are proposing is initiative, unique, and ultimately replicable. The evidence shows that our proposed model will improve pupil achievement. We request the State Board of Charter Schools to grant us a charter to open in 2026-2027 school year and allow us to demonstrate what can be achieved. Our charter application specifically identifies a 20-40 point academic achievement gap between students, demographic groups in the Levine area. This academic achievement gap is in fact a statewide problem that has persisted for the last 10 years. This existence of this problem is the current status quo. During our 2024 application cycle, in response to a request for information, the state charter school board staff acknowledged that the current application process structure has been in place for the past 10 years. Yet these major academic achievement gaps still persist. The Arizona Administrative Code R7-5-204I set out the 7 criteria the State Board of Charter School uses to determine if a charter applicant is sufficiently qualified. The past 10-year achievement gap should enable the state board to reduce and properly weigh its reliance on the technical review panel scoring rubric and the panel's impression during the in-person interview. The board staff and the technical review panel members are all professional, excellent, and fine people, and they have done an excellent job in maintaining the status quo. The Arizona State Board of Charter Schools has a fine reputation and has worked diligently to make excellent judgments in the granting of new charter centers. We were inspired by your diligence and sense of fairness in the 2023 application cycle, and pray that you exercise your discretion and grant us a charter to open Vanguard Academy for the 2026-2027 school year. We are not a traditional K-12 educator. As noted by the technical review panel, we submit that this is a strength since the K-12 educators have not successfully closed the 20-40 point academic achievement gaps in the past 10 years. There are other items noted in our backgrounds overlooked by the staff and technical reviewers that are even more compelling, such as our parenting experience, homeschooling our own children, our business and entrepreneurial experience, our human resources management experience, our success in complying with government regulations. In addition, the board will add 4 additional board members. The governing board matrix contained in section B2, School Governing Board, shows our plan to recruit at least 1 additional board member with experience in educational administration. We submit that our application for the proposed Vanguard Academy grades K-5 charter school is an achievable working plan to successfully operate a high-quality public charter school. The technical review panel noted in their report to the board that 0 areas of the educational plan were rated falls below. The technical review report notes the strategy and term intelligent academic rigor is unknown to any of the seasoned educators on the technical review panel. We admit that our proposal is initiative and challenges the thinking of some traditionally seasoned K-12 educators, but our application shows as evidentiary basis for the probability of success of our proposed model with the proposed targeted student population. The technical review panel expresses concern about the proposed start dates of the school's headmaster and academic director July 1st, 2026. The panel expressed concerns about the headmaster and the academic director's involvement in a meeting to adopt state standards and a curriculum review policy by June 20th of 2026. The June date in the academic system plans is a typographical error. The correct date is July 20th, 2026. While Vanguard Academy Board will adopt certain final policies by July 20th of 2026, the headmaster and academic director and the school staff will have a full 2 weeks to have input. The school calendar notes all staff will start on July 7th. The technical review panel noted a concern about our board's response to the hypothetical question regarding having only 9 months from approval to start up. An examination of our application shows our proposed start date is July 1st of 2026, with the first day of school for students not until August 3rd of 2026, which is about 20 months from the proposed application approval date of December 16th, 2024. The technical review panel raised concerns regarding the detailed description of provisional promotion contained in the charter application in section A3(1), mastery and promotion. Board members are responsible for the general policy, not the full details of its implementation. The question as presented by the technical review panel was more appropriate for the school's headmaster or appropriate for administrative staff. This was not for board members to explain in detail. It would be likely expecting you to explain the details of multilingual learning documentation under Title III just because you serve on the State Board of Charter Schools. The definition of the reviews rating meets criteria, approaches criteria, and falls below contains significant subjective elements which could result in wide-ranging evaluation scores. What are dependent on who actually serves on the technical review panel and their individual background experience. We requested copies of the resumes of all the reviewers on our panel and did not find one whose charter school and public school experience showed schools that closed a significant achievement gap as proposed by Vanguard Academy. This does not mean that their evaluation is not useful or well done within the parameters they were working within, but it should be properly weighed within the total equation used by the state board in rendering its decision to grant or deny a charter to Vanguard. The technical review panel reported that our operational plan falls below the criteria for approval because the board members lack any background in K-12 education. The review panel noted that none of our responses are rated falls below. In the operational plan section of the application, the panel noted it was concerned that the board said in the capacity interview that additional board members will be recruited by word of mouth. The panel interpreted the board's response to their question to mean that the board has no recruitment process in place to attract individuals with specific skills needed to support a new charter. The board operates an open recruitment process, and the full board selects new board members by board vote after a full review of qualifications and how the individual will fit with the full board. The technical review panel's questioning did not elicit a full and correct picture of board recruitment. The panel did note that the board plan sets the number of board members at 7 and only 4 seats are filled at this time. Section B.2, School Governing Board identified a board governance matrix that identifies the proposed skills profile of the fully completed board of directors. The description includes a discussion of the board orientation and governance training and notes the experience of our volunteer program from which volunteer board members are recruited. The application says that we conduct open recruitment for board members and volunteers. The application notes that we maintain a website for the proposed school. We are part of a community that is concerned about the issues we are proposing to address. We stated that our current leadership bubbled up as leaders of the effort to organize the school. Section B.2, School Governing Body, the technical review panel stated that the business plan falls below the approval because the applicant did not present a viable and adequate marketing plan to recruit 360 students in grades K-5 in 1 year. The review panel's claim that our marketing plan is not viable or adequate is subjective view. Our board's business judgment is that given our experience in the community, our marketing plan and recruitment goal is achievable. Since the problem Since the problem our planned school proposes to address has not been adequately addressed in the past 10 years, we submit that we will reach our goal and there will be a waiting list for our enrollment. If the Arizona State Board of Charter School approves our application in December of 2024, we have a full year before scheduled open enrollment beginning in January of 2026, plus 5 months before that start of the school year, 2026-2027 academic year. This is the last page. The technical review panel states our application's business plan section has one application response rated as falls below. The specific response rated falls below is a question regarding the costs associated with our marketing plan. The technical review panel certainly believes within the traditional K through 12 education paradigm that it will cost more than $5,000 during startup to recruit 360 students. We, on the other hand, submit that we are not the only parents that are inspired by the fact that schools in Levine Elementary District or surrounding areas can get an A public school report card grade, while more than half of the, that they can get an A in the public report card grade, while more than half of the certain large subgroup of students in the same school do not score proficient in reading and math. Marketing may not be an adequate word to describe our student recruitment. We might be better described as a growing community of concern with active parent volunteers determined to improve the quality of education available to our children in Levine Village and the surrounding areas. The technical review panel did not connect the relationship between marketing and our board and parent volunteer program in recruiting students. Finally, as a board, we have received the Charter School Performance Frameworks. Our study of financial, operational, and academic performance and charter board review is ongoing. We submit that the language contained in our application shows that we are prepared to meet our obligations to comply with the performance frameworks. For example, under section B.3.2 of the charter application, we discuss having a qualified auditor, having a financial services vendor that has been trained as an Arizona school finance officer. We also discuss having qualified student information management vendor. Our application shows knowledge of students with disabilities and other special program service requirements. It addresses federal programs and adequately addressed other substantial performance framework areas. The Vanguard Academy charter application is ready to attach to a charter contract now. The application package fully addresses the requirements set forth in the Arizona Revised Statutes for Charter Schools. We request the State Board of Charter School accept our presentation above and properly weigh the scoring rubric. Technical review panel impressions and staff report within the total context. No other background issues arose. Please take into consideration this testimony in our charter application in hopes that we can be granted a charter for Vanguard Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Who wants to start? Thank you.
Sure. President Close, members of the board. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your dedication. And I know that this can be a process that is pretty nerve-wracking. And so we do appreciate you being here. I just had a couple questions. So, and it may be in your materials, and I apologize if I didn't see it, but I just want to ask. So how did you come up with the 360? Did you kind of back into that based on operations and finances, or did you come up with 360 students for a specific reason?
The 360 students is contingent on if we can achieve the full enrollment, we will have room to expand and to enhance our programs. We can actually operate at 180 students, but we're shooting for the 360 so that we can have those achievements. We can have the extra room. We can be viable to do more extraordinary things with the school and not just leave it as just an open and charter school. We want to kind of excel and go beyond.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. So it's not a ramp up. It's in the proposal or in your application. Yes. You're looking at opening with 360 students.
Yes.
And that is how your plan is operationally, financially built on the 360.
Yes.
Okay. And then I did, and you did mention, I believe you said something about, and this is more operational compliance too, and part of your application. You said you did have somebody who you were going to either have on staff or consult or a vendor. And forgive me if I got this wrong, but that is, in particular, they understand the school finance component of, uploading your data, making sure that there's no integrity errors. You're getting paid for the actual students that you're enrolling, because that's a difficult process. Do you have somebody you're going to have on staff, or are you going to contract with somebody?
We're most likely going to contract. We are looking at several companies that do that work. And as of right now, we haven't settled on who we're going to go with, but we're still looking in the market.
Okay, so you're still looking for somebody. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. And thank you again. Thank you, President Close.
I'm going to piggyback on your question, if that's okay. Also, just with regards to special education, EL services and that sort of thing, vendor as well, or were you looking at somebody on staff for that type of service?
For that type of service, we're definitely looking for somebody in staff that we would train.
Oh, sorry. Do you have any candidates so far? Sorry, my mic wasn't on.
Oh, one of my expertise is dealing with special needs. I am currently a director of a day training treatment facility for adults with disabilities. I also have a child developmental home. I foster kids with disabilities, and I've been in the field now for about 12 years. And so I have a behavioral health technician certification and a whole lot of other certifications that specifically deals with DDD in the population.
Good morning or good afternoon. To second what's been said, thank you for all the effort and time you've put into wanting to provide an opportunity for Arizona students. We know it is no small task. And a couple of follow-up questions based on the timeline for the, and I have a non-traditional education background and work in education, so keep that in mind with my line of questioning. But can you please speak to like the Arizona state standards? How you plan to align those to your curriculum, like where you would find them, what they're called. Can you just spend a minute on the state standards for us, please?
Mike, it's 4 of us.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So we will be complying with the Arizona state standards. We're going to be also employing Shanghai math, literacy programs. We will comply with the charter school operations and academic standards. We have several resources and sites that we will be referring to for books, and we're using the data, the intelligent academic rigor. We will be using giving assessments 2 weeks. The first 2 weeks of children coming to school, we'll be benchmarking every 8 to 10 weeks just to ensure that we are providing what the individual students need. So.
Thank you so much for expanding on that. And then I did see data driven a lot in your application. So have you guys already considered which systems you would use for that? Have you pursued any of the like benchmark programs specifically?
I hate to use my phone. After we did our last review and they scored us, we did go back to the board because one of their main questions was, what schools did we look at in order to kind of go off of the data-driven rubrics? And it was schools based out of New York who actually used a lot of these systems, and they were able to achieve the gap and close it. And so the specific ones, I don't know if you have it written down. Okay. I was like, geez, somebody has it written down.
Success Academy out of New York City. They're located in the Bronx area, and they have gone from a failing school to an A school. And they're at 90, I believe it was 95%, the students passing scores in math and reading and science. So we kind of based off of how they did their program and worked around that so that we can get the same success that they have achieved.
We will also be using the Lexile for reading and the Partnership for Assessments of Readiness for Colleges and Careers, as well as the Northwest Evaluation Association measures of academic progress.
Thank you. Yeah, NWA is one of the best. Thank you so much for expanding and again for being here today. As a well-established charter with 30 years of a reputation to precede us, I do want to caution you that we spend probably $20,000 a year still on marketing with word of mouth to stay competitive, in the industry. So I think that was probably a fair statement to you guys to be thoughtful in that. And also, I would respectfully disagree that this charter board is celebrating the status quo. In Arizona, the charter schools are outperforming traditional schools by far, especially with our minority populations. And across the country, charter schools are closing that achievement gap at significantly higher percentage rates. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I agree, as I've had grandchildren in charter schools, and they've been very successful compared to going back to some of the public schools and transferring. They were way further ahead because of their experience with Odyssey Prep in Buckeye. So
yes.
I agree.
And I think our biggest achievement gap is, our biggest concern for the lack of the achievement gap is specifically with the Levine area and the area that we're looking at, not in a total of areas in Arizona.
Thank you, President Close. On the, this is not a question for you. I think it might be a question for the staff on, and this only addresses the business. So the business portion of the TRP, does that change depending on, like if it was a slow growth model? Right now, right now they're saying 360. If they said, okay, well, we can operate at 1 and then you grow up to 360 or it doesn't matter, or that's not really like the enrollment cap that they're asking for to start out. Does the business portion of the evaluation, does that change if it was starting out smaller and then growing to that, or to where somebody might be able to get a higher score starting with a lower enrollment and growing to building a business plan where they grow to a certain enrollment? I guess that's my question.
Give me 1 second. So the specific criteria that the TRP uses in this area essentially lives in 2 spaces. So, well, 3. 1, provide a viable and adequate time frame for recruiting students consistent with the target startup date of the proposed school. So is the time frame you're using for recruitment viable and adequate? 2, provide a clear and comprehensive plan that is viable and adequate to support the number of students included in 3-year operational budget. And 3, provide clear and specific sources for costs associated with the marketing plan. So to your point, I think, yes, if there was a slow growth model and the way that the growth was proposed was deemed viable and adequate from the TRP, who, like Member Miller, have experience operating charter schools, they would likely rate this differently based on their background and experience and what they know to be true about the current market and marketing enrollment in charter schools in Arizona.
Thank you.
President Close, thank you. I want to echo Member Miller's comments about your commitment to students and doing a good job. So Shannon reviewed the process and talked about the first review and then feedback and then the second review. And your letter was very well crafted and laid out a number of issues. Question to your team is, how did those issues that you laid out in your letter get missed throughout the first review to the second review? And then to everybody, staff and this team, how could that process be better so that people don't miss things the second time through?
Thank you. I feel like it's a learning process. This is a process. So, unfortunately, things that we might have missed in the first round, we work very hard. We have meetings every week to address, some of the barriers, some of the things we might have missed, what we could have done better. So ongoing, this is what we're going to do. We're going to continue to work and, strategize and try to perfect our plan so that we won't have the opportunities to not to open a charter school. We'll have all the gaps covered. And so that's what we're doing. We just keep striving, we keep working, we're meeting weekly, very diligently. We all come from different backgrounds, we all have different experiences. So we're just collaborating together to, when we get to the point of perfecting, then we'll make sure everything is in place when it's time to open our charter school, which we have accomplished at this point.
And I feel like to piggyback that, where we might have got lost in translation to say is the very first time when we submitted our application last year, we did go through the process and it was deemed administratively incomplete. At that time, we did get to get feedback and we did get to come before you guys. We did talk, we got to express things. This year going forward, we redid the process. And so they did have the opportunities where they're saying like, hey, come do this extra meeting, or do you want to sit down and do this? Which are things that we were like, okay, we kind of already did this. And now if you give us a scoring rubric, how can we improve this? What can we do next? A lot of the questions from the technical review panel were hypothetical. And some of them were based towards the application itself, but they were not asked in a way that demonstrated. Like, for example, it says that nobody has an educational background, K through 12, or that we did not go to the additional training, but we did explain to them, hey, we did this process last year. And so we do truly appreciate that you guys have the additional training. But we're doing our board meetings. We're going over things that we went through last year so that we can improve this year going forward. And I just feel like maybe we had to come and write a letter because a lot of things that they deemed we answered were not to their standard personally, which we're all individuals. And so we have different ideals and different standards of how a question should or should not be answered. And so with our specific review panel, they were pretty awesome. We were laughing, we were smiling. The camera broke like mid-view and then we had to take a break and restart. But I just think that from their own personal experiences, and they all did have different backgrounds and different personal experiences. And one of them even had like different states that they were participating in schools with, and it was not just Arizona. So depending on the background that they specifically had, not one of them had a rubric of how they were going to score it. And so I think that's maybe where we got lost in translation.
And President Close and Member Swanson, if I could add to that from the board perspective, and I know Rachel has additional information that she would like to add to that question. But I think to Member Swanson's question, like, how can we improve this process going forward? I think that's what we did this year, right? This question and some of the concerns last year of not having as many opportunities to talk to the applicants throughout the process did come up, and board staff this year put many checks in place to check with the applicants and work through any questions that they had and any question they had on the scoring as well. But those were all processes that were afforded this time after that administrative review that they did not go through last year because they went through the administrative review, were deemed incomplete, and did not move forward in that review. And Rachel, I'll hand it over to you if you want to add additional information to that.
Yeah, so Dan, can you actually go back a slide? The other direction. Thank you. So to clarify a few points here, this applicant was before you last year related to their administrative review, which if you look at this roadmap means they stopped at that first light blue circle. As I stated in my training update, and then Shannon stated in her introduction, this was a year where we built in a lot of support opportunities. And I think, Member Swanson, this gets to the root of your question. So if you look at the 2 gold stars on the far left, one of those support opportunities was the workshops, which they did attend last year and this year. But the second support opportunity prior to the admin review this year was a letter of intent meeting, which was offered to every applicant that submitted a letter of intent stating they were going to participate in this process. We utilized that meeting with our applicants to get ahead of a lot of issues with them. And I can cite numerous situations in which applicants used information from that meeting to make some significant changes. And honestly, a few applicants opted out because they realized they needed more time. So I think it's important to understand with this applicant that they didn't attend a letter of intent meeting. And then last year they stopped at that blue circle. This year, they moved forward to the rest of the process, which is where that feedback loop with rubrics comes into play. And so they missed out on that opportunity last year. This was their first year going through this component of the cycle. And so I think to that point, I would also raise, and this is in the recommendation report, that this applicant also elected out of the 2 gold stars after the administrative review. They did not participate in a rubric review meeting with board staff, nor did they participate in a pre-interview meeting with board staff. And I think it's important to say that we used those meetings to allow them to ask us questions when feedback maybe wasn't as clear as they had hoped. They would like some additional insight, et cetera. And the pre-interview meeting was intended to prep applicants for the types of questions that the technical review panel has so that they could be more prepared for that interview piece. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any more questions, Jessica? Okay. Member Foster, do you have some questions or comments?
Yes, I kind of wanted to go back to the 360, and I thought I heard a minimum of 180 to start. I'm wanting some more clarification on this quote unquote word of mouth marketing. Can you give a little bit more tangible direction of how you're planning on getting the students?
There we go. So with the word of mouth, it's a grassroots approach. We have been doing our community forums. We have been integrated in this community. And so with just speaking to the parents and speaking to the volunteers, the representatives, interacting in community events. So like, for example, Martin Luther King Day is coming up. They have parades, they have different events that you can interact with where you can go and you can market yourself. You can speak to people in the community. That's what we are working on as far as our marketing plan. We are integrated in this community constantly. We are talking to places such as like the Kroc Center, to be for an example. We did end up holding a community forum there, and we were able to integrate with a lot of the parents who have kids in this area who are looking for different options. What do we have to offer? Who we can explain to them our agenda, what we're planning on doing, how we are successfully going to implement this, and with the city's help. And they have been very helpful. They've been able to communicate back with us. We have parents that are like, yeah, I'll volunteer, I'll assist. You know, my kid goes to this daycare. Is it okay if I take some of the flyers and take them to that daycare? So this is what we mean by a grassroots approach. It's everybody in the whole community, and it's taking a village in order to gain a village. And so with the 360, we would love to operate and open with 360, and we're hoping that we are able to do that, but we can operate with 180 students successfully. The 360 is the enhancement for us to have the better programs or to implement different things or to enhance our school and different things that we would need additional funding for. So that's why we have the grassroots approach, and it's mostly because we've been in the community. We've been in the community, we've been talking to the parents, we've done our community forums, we've been able to meet people that are willing to volunteer, that are willing to assist, talking to the different businesses over there, using the Kroc Center, which is a huge center that is children-based, but they do like tutoring, they do support, they have like gyms, they have all kind of after-school activities for kids, and we're able to even talk to some parents that are there or that bring their kids there. And so it's just us integrating directly into that community and marketing ourselves with the community and with their assistance and their help.
Just thank you. Sorry, President Close. One question just to expand on that. Thank you for the clarification. And so how many students do you think you need to actually reach through a grassroots, I guess, initiative? And then what do you think the conversion rate for enrollment to get to the 360 will be? Is that outlined in the plan? I wasn't sure if it was.
Yes, if we can get up to 180 students, the conversion for us in order to use the grassroots approach, we have an additional 5,000 for marketing. We're going to have to put that to use. We're going to have to completely use the funds that are additional outside of the grassroots approach because it costs nothing to tell each other, hey, I found this awesome new product, you should try it, or I found this awesome new school, you should go. So with that $5,000, that is where we are just contingent on marketing. We're going to do the flyers, we're going to do the door-to-door if possible, we're going to do the community socialization outreach. We're going to go in when they are offering for vendors to come in and have a vendor booth. We're going to grassroots ourselves into this community and use the $5,000 marketing in order to expand and get the approach of the 360 students.
Okay, so how many students do you think you need to reach to be able to convert with a conversion to 360?
I think safely, if we can reach at least 200 students, that we can get up to the 360 students within a progression of over time.
Okay, so the grassroots approach to recruit is to reach out and try to get 200 students to commit.
Yes.
To then eventually get to the 360 students.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Member Foster.
Yes, yeah, please.
Member Foster, or did you have anything else?
Yeah, so do you have a number of committed already?
Yes. Sorry. Me? No, I don't have the exact document. We do have a number of committed.
And I'm sorry if I missed it in the documentation. Sorry if I missed it.
No, it's fine. I don't have the documentation. I did not bring a lot of paperwork outside of this note because I was not sure if we were able to fully express or talk. I know last year we were able to because we were kind of saying why we were not administrative complete. But if I can submit that via email, I can, but I don't have it directly on me.
Do you happen to have an estimated number,
Yes,
just out
the
of curiosity?
estimated number, I would say like 102.
Okay, so did you hear that, Member Foster? 102? Okay. Thank you for asking that question because that's what I was actually going to ask as well. And I just had, can I jump in here? I'm so sorry. I just had one other question for you with regards to recruitment. It sounds like you've done a lot of work to build community partnerships, and that's no easy task. As a charter operator, I understand the importance of that. And it sounds like you have a plan for using some money to do some additional marketing. I'd like to look at recruitment not on a student end, but I want to look at the recruitment on the governing board end, because having just gone through this process at my school, you're going to have to go through another amendment process to bring all of these board members on. It looks like you're looking at 3.
Yes,
Is that correct? And so from what you said, and I might be misunderstanding, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. It sounds like there's a plan to bring 3 additional people on, but we don't know who those people are. And
We have one.
you have one.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So can you talk to us about that, the board recruitment as well? Because it seems like it's going to be another set of paperwork, another set of paperwork. So I'm just trying to have an understanding of where you're at with regards to recruitment on the board end. And then I did want to ask also about recruitment on the educator end. So the people that are
As far as, like,
there
the
and
staff.
working with the students.
Do you have this? You want to go first? I know the name of our board member. We just got the last name just to make sure. It's Miss Chanel Phillips. She has 25 years of experience working directly with students, being a teacher, working in the school environment. The viability that she brings is she does have a set of skills that will give us more of an insight of the day-to-day charter operations as far as the teachers, what we're looking for in teachers, our plan going forward for finding the board members. When we do, with some of the parents that we've met that have done the commitments, the way we're screening out for our board members is we're looking for specific people with specific sets of skills. If we can find Miss Chanel with the school experience and those skills, we as a collective will vote her in and do the amendment. And then as far as the next 2, we have a few people that are asking, but we're screening. We need resumes. We need to know what your background is. How would this be viable to this board? How is this gonna increase to the succession of us running a charter school? And so once we get all these documentations, then as a board, we will go through and we will interview. The one that we kind of all already fully agreed on was Miss Chanel Phillips. The other ones that are currently wanting to be a part of the board, they still have to go through a screening process in order for us to add them on.
And just out of curiosity, what are those other, I forgot the word that you
things
used.
that we're
I'm so
looking for
sorry.
people to be
Yes.
viable.
Viable kept popping in my head. I'm like, that's not the word I want. What are the other qualities that you're looking for in board members to have that well-rounded and robust board?
We're actually looking for somebody that has a law background and also in health.
All right. Any other questions?
Also with the teacher one. So we
Oh,
head on the
did ask
board.
that, yes.
Sorry, round 2
How
of
we're gonna enroll
recruitment.
teachers. The main thing that we're looking for as far as teacher enrollment is Miss Michelle. She currently works at a college, and she is pretty familiar. So we're looking at college students that are getting teaching degrees. We're trying to do marketable rates where we can possibly offer a higher salary so that we can be competitive. And so as far as our teacher recruitment, starting off, we're going to look for the students that are about to graduate out of college with teaching degrees in specific areas. And we want to see if we can implement giving them their experience and getting them started off to an awesome career, hopefully, and to trainings and learning. We also are looking for a consultant. And when we get the consultant, we're going to use that in order for us to better advise to pick specific people. We already have a screening process. We already have to go through administrative code, and we have to make sure that we are completely compliant. And in addition to that, we're still going to take the expertise from like Miss Michelle. She's been a teacher for over 25 years and she has the experience. We want to look at, what are things that you might need to use that are very essential in a classroom? What are personality traits that you have to have? What are the things that we should be looking for in this resume? So this will give us that specific insight for teacher recruitment. But we're starting at the colleges, brand new, giving people opportunities to work.
Thank you. Anybody else have any other questions or comments from the board? Are we at the moment of truth? I don't think so. Yeah.
All right, it's on me. Okay. Excuse me. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided by Matina's Community Services, Inc., and the information provided by representatives of Matina's Community Services, Inc., during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to reject the application package and deny Matina's Community Services, Inc. request for a charter for the reasons that I feel like you're so close. I'm sorry, I'm going off script a little bit here. You're right there. And it's so hard because I think that your letter gave us some more insight, but it's not completely fleshed out. So when we're looking at understanding of the systems necessary to open a charter school, there's still a little bit of confusion there. And the application package did not meet the scoring requirements for substantive completeness, So there was that bit as well that I think was a little bit concerning. And I went off script. I apologize. I do think that you have great community partnerships. I think that you're just like, so close.
So what's your motion?
That's my motion. Whole thing.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by
Mike.
I'll second.
I was going to clarify. So before we actually take the vote, though, I do want to make a comment. I do appreciate your presence here again. Just the fact that you are here today is commendable. It reflects, your persistence and your ideals, and I really do appreciate that. Personally, I know of the area you're looking at, and it's again commendable that you really want to address some of those. I would say really noticeable gaps that you brought up. However, as we get into the vote, and what the motion is for, well, we'll see how the vote goes. But I did want to take the moment myself to just say that I appreciate all of your efforts and your intentions and your ideals.
Thank you.
Ashley?
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
And I'd like to comment on, I appreciate everything you're trying to do as well. And I hope you'll persist, and I hope you will take advantage of the resources you have here at the board in terms of staff and meeting with them, because they can move this along for you, and they can be a great resource for you. Thank you.
Ms. Foster,
I too would like to do a caveat on my, I'm going to go with, excuse me, but I think that we want you to be successful. We want the school to be successful. It is a need in this area. The board and staff want you to be successful. I think you, by our questionings, by our resources that we're trying to provide you, that's what we want to do. Please reach out and get that assistance. And as you're going through this process, know that we just want what's best for the students, and we want them to be set up for success and you to be set up for success. So, aye.
Ms. Jones,
I'm going to vote aye, but I'd also like to explain. So, I do think I, concur with the board members, utilize the resources. I would also say really take a look at the ramping for enrollment. And in particular, if it's 180 and you look at your expenditures and costs associated with that, you won't have the funding to be able to be successful. So funding is difficult, and to get the funding, and even if you enroll 180 students, sometimes you got to really work to make sure that you get the full funding for those 180 students also. So even if you take a look at that, you look at the financial component of that, the operational component, what can you really afford? I think really taking a closer look at that. And I thank you again for being here.
Mr. Ruiz,
I'm going to vote aye, but I also want to make a comment. I think I'm not an educator, so I have to rely on the technical review recommendations. But I did start a small business of my own 21 years ago, and it was just me, and it was a grind. It was gritty, and it's grown. It's still a small business. So I just encourage you to stick it out. I remember you from last year. And I think your community, and what you're trying to do, I think, is what the charters movement and the choices that you want to give to your community, and the little holes that you're trying to plug in our education system. We need that. So don't give up. But that's why I was also asking, like, how do you get from 0 to 360? And it might require a little modification. I'm not here to tell you how to get there, but I think the staff can help these questions to get you to launch and be successful. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Swanson,
I vote aye, and just echo everyone else's comments. Thank you for what you guys are doing.
President Close.
I'm going to vote aye. What I was going to say before, I didn't want to make it appear a foregone conclusion that the vote was going to go the way it did, but I do want to comment on it now that as a board, we're practical, but I also like to think that we're a hopeful group, which I think is necessary in the realm of education. But you have a commendable vision, and as what everyone else has said, please work with the staff. Don't give up. As Jessica said, you're right there. Just keep on trying. We do appreciate your efforts.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Shannon?
All right. Meridian Preparatory Academy, Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open Meridian Preparatory Academy, providing a college preparatory program including the opportunity for CTE, dual enrollment, and financial literacy education, serving grades 9 through 12 in Glendale. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 40.98%, the operational plan scored 62.5%, and the business plan scored 36.79%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be denied. Further information about the TRP's rationale for this recommendation was included in the board materials, specifically in Appendix A, the recommendation report, and I'm available for questions.
Sorry, any questions from the board for Janet? Nope. Is there a representative from Meridian? I'm sure there is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Close and Designee Miller. My name is Tanae Lehman. I am the proposed superintendent for Meridian Preparatory Academy.
My name is Destiny Prieto, and I am the proposed secretary for Meridian Preparatory Academy.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Woods. I'm the proposed treasurer for Meridian Preparatory Academy.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Denson, and I am a proposed board member for Meridian Preparatory Academy.
The board has played a critical role in shaping the mission and vision and ensuring our progress. They have collaboratively created systems and norms that support the continuous growth and development of our team, worked on new initiatives, as well as supported community engagement events and activities. I am confident in our board's ability to support the mission and vision of Meridian Preparatory Academy, and with continued support, training, and professional development, we will continue to expand our capacity. Moving the educational needle for students in our target population happens only when marginalized students have access to intensive intervention and support, are held to high academic standards, and are provided with options that provide real-life applicability. Arizona currently has one of the lowest high school graduation rates in the nation at 77%, based on data from the U.S. Department of Education. Students within low-income, high-minority communities have high school graduation rates around 70%, while students with disabilities have high school graduation rates around 66%. In support of improving these odds, we have continued to secure resources and build relationships with the community that we intend to serve. We recognize the importance of community partnerships in improving student outcomes. Our belief is that by providing coursework that directly supports increased high school graduation rates for students with disabilities, as well as those within marginalized populations, we are accomplishing our school's mission and vision. The model for our school is find a way or make one. We recognize the levels of tenacity and grit that this process requires, and we sought out to meet the need. There were many obstacles, barriers, delays encountered throughout this process, and we have remained committed to stay the course. Thankfully, we received a lot of feedback from the technical review panel. Our commitment to move forward in this process was made clear during our letter of intent meeting. The work to evolve the plan for Meridian Preparatory Academy did not end after our application was submitted, nor did it end after our capacity interview. The primary concerns identified in the recommendation report have been remedied. We have utilized the last 6 months to solidify tasks in order to be on target to open in August of 2025. We read the feedback, we made the required changes, and we respectfully ask that you consider our approval for this application. We would like to share a few notable highlights that were also submitted in public comment. Our original awarded grant amount of $50,000 increased to $103,000. We are currently in the pipeline for the CSP grant, which was not available at the time of our original application, but has since become available, and we will submit that on Friday, December the 20th. We have also applied for the Charter School Growth Fund, and we will also be applying for the New School Venture Fund. If awarded all of these grants, we would have approximately $1.9 million available to us within the first 3 years of our operation. On December the 5th, 2025, I was given an opportunity to appear on CW7 Live to engage in a 5-minute news segment just to talk about the mission and vision of our school. We have over 127 community support letters from local businesses and organizations. We have also secured community partnerships with BMO Bank, Glendale Community College, Grand Canyon University, as well as Glendale Chamber of Commerce. We have identified a facility that is in alignment with our budget in years 1 through 3. We have also identified a backup option. We also were the recipients of a pledge of furniture for over $75,000. And what that allowed us to do is reallocate the funds that were originally purposed for furniture, for office staffing and things like that. We repurposed a little over $10,000 back into the budget. Our marketing and recruitment plan has also been updated. Our website now reflects an employment interest form and an enrollment interest form that was actually created by our board. We have been distributing an employment, we call it an employment survey. And the reason for that is, as Kelly spoke to earlier from the Charter School Association, one of the challenges for any school leader is always recruitment. And so in an intentional effort to attract, recruit, and retain highly qualified staff, we created a survey which basically is asking people that are currently in education, have been in education, or people pursuing the field of education, what are the things that are incentivizing to you as you are looking or considering different employment contracts? What are the things that would make you choose one employment contract over another? So we've submitted those within 3 districts, and then our next distribution will be with Glendale Community College through their teacher preparation program. And if I can just add one caveat to that, the feedback that we've already started to receive from every single person that has submitted the survey, it all points back to our planned offering as far as financial literacy, which of course we started that with the idea that it would benefit our students, but we also wanted to make sure we had things in place that also benefited our staff. And so all of the feedback that we have received points in the direction that all of our staff would absolutely be interested in being able to receive that same financial literacy education, obviously at a different level as adults than it would be for our students, but they would all engage in it. As a result of the feedback provided from the TRP regarding Section A6 specifically, we collaborated with high school teachers and we worked to revise that section. We are aware of the fact that this revision cannot be submitted and that this section may not be included in future application packets, but it was important for me as a school leader and as well as for my team that we continue the learning to make sure that any resource, any supplemental resource, our curriculum, our instructional practices, that everything was in alignment with our mission and vision. So again, while we knew it could not be resubmitted, we did continue to work on that to revise it. As a former school leader, I have always challenged my teachers to allow their students to display mastery in unconventional methods. In alignment, we respectfully request approval of our charter application so that we can continue building upon the momentum that has been established through our collective efforts. With support from our community partners, BES, AZ Leads, we are ready to work towards opening Meridian Preparatory Academy in August 2025. We understand that the charter agreement is a legally binding document, and as such, we are prepared to provide and execute at least a revised marketing, educational, business, and operational plan in support of our application. I would like to have, well, first, before we do that, are there any questions that I should answer before I have our secretary speak to some things? Okay.
Move to your secretary.
Good afternoon. As I stated earlier, I am Destiny Prieto, and I am the proposed secretary for Meridian Preparatory. And I am filling in today for our proposed board chair, Sarah Kyle, because she did become ill over the weekend. As a parent of a neurodivergent teenager, as well as children with special needs, I believe the importance of school choice in educational programs that support diverse learners. Being part of this proposed board is an honor and privilege that I don't take lightly. We are on a mission to improve high school graduation rates, academic outcomes, and promote self-sufficiency within underserved communities in the Glendale and surrounding areas. I would like to speak to the continued development and involvement of our team in the support of MPA and our founder, a concern that was noted several times within the capacity interview, as well as in the recommendation report, spoke to the overall capacity of our team to support the mission and vision of MPA, as well as the school leader and founder. We too believe that a high-capacity team is crucial to the success of MPA. Throughout the process, the board was deeply engaged in shaping the vision of MPA. As the only person who was working full-time on the development of MPA, Tanae Lehman took responsibility for writing the application as well as the revisions, but the board was involved in providing insights into our staffing, recruitment, academic plan, along with our program offerings. While this may be different from how other applicant teams come together and divide tasks, we are still positioned to be successful. The board is fully versed in the school model and written application. They bring expertise and experience in a range of critical areas and are deeply committed to our mission and eager to continue their own development to ensure the success of this school. We have done some additional upcoming professional development events and activities that we will continue to engage in the months ahead, as well as a working board. Each board member has agreed to the commitment of 8 to 10 hours towards the execution of the overall plan of MPA. To date, we continue to meet the BES follow-on support. We're continuing the ongoing capacity building through the Arizona School Board Association. We're continuing with community engagement and recruitment. And as Tanae spoke about, we are doing a grant, and again, it will afford us, if all these are approved, over $1 million for the 1 to 3 years. Thank you for allowing me to introduce our proposed school governing board, and thank you for your reconsideration.
Do you have any more comments? Or is that open for questions now?
Yes.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Thank you.
President Close, members of the board, thank you for being here. We appreciate the submission and the detailed proposed budget too. I appreciate that. So I do have a couple questions. And I see that you're doing a ramp of enrollment, yes, which I do see that. So for year one, it's looking like you're looking to staff with 2 regular education teachers, not necessarily hire a special education teacher, but do some consults for that. And I know that the support services for students with disabilities is a really important part of what you're trying to do. So tell me a little bit about how you think that's going to look.
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. So in the originally submitted application, I think that portion of it was a little too vague. It was never intended to be solely 2 teachers. I would technically have made the 3rd teacher because I would have taught social studies and English language arts, and then we would have hired 2 additional teachers. What happens is when you complete the chart, it asks for a number of teachers, and I'm like, well, I'm the school leader, so I didn't identify myself as a teacher. So it was never intended to just be 2 teachers for a population of 82 students. But since then, we read the feedback from the TRP, and so we did make that correction.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Just one follow-up. So in terms of the outsourcing of special education services, how do you see that? How is that going to look in the school?
So naturally, we can never predict the number of students with special needs that we will service. And so our plan is when we get to a certain enrollment number, we do plan to contract that position out. If it gets to a point where the need is overriding or I'm trying to say if the need is overriding the demand, or maybe it's the other way around, we will make a pivot. And if we have to hire somebody that is an on-campus staff member to support our SPED department, we will.
Jump in here. Okay, question about special education,
Sure.
only because this is my area of expertise. And I use that term loosely, by the way, because I don't see myself as an expert because it's always changing. But I digress. So as far as special education goes, you have to have a certified teacher in order to provide the services. So who's your certified special ed teacher?
So in our recruitment efforts, that is one of the criteria that we are actively looking for. So when we created that employment interest form, we haven't started to get any responses just yet. But as soon as we do, that is one of the recruitment requirements, is that we need people with not just special education backgrounds, but also in EL services, because we know that we have to be able to service, whether we have a high population or not. We know that legally we have to be able to service all students.
Right, and that was the part I was hitting on, because I
Yes.
think I was just kind of following up to what Member Jones was saying.
So it's a part of our hiring criteria.
Okay, and then I do have another question, and I'm trying to wrap my brain around it so that it makes sense to me. So it looks like we have dual enrollment, AP, financial literacy, and dual enrollment requires its own special brand of certification.
Absolutely.
I have experience with that as well. So I guess my question is, where's the balance? I'm trying to understand the balance, because I mean, you're going after it and it's awesome. But if we're looking at 3 teachers, who's going to be the one to do the dual enrollment that's going to be certified to do dual enrollment? And what if you only have 2 dual enrollment students and 80 students that are just regular ed population, and then maybe there's some special ed students? Do you see where I'm going with this? So my thought
Absolutely.
process, and you can't predict, I understand.
Yes.
I totally understand. But if you already have kind of a student interest that you know, and you can kind of get a little bit of information about that, what does that look like for you, just for your success and for the student's success? That's the reason I'm asking the question. I'm not saying you can't do it. You seem like somebody who can. But I just want to get that a little bit fleshed out in my head so I have a better understanding.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to clarify that. So in part of our work, as I've referenced, the work that continued after submission, even after the capacity interview, when I developed that partnership with Glendale Community College, that was one of the first pivots that we made. Because of the amount of certifications and the overall cost of dual enrollment, it wasn't the best option for us. However, we have pivoted, and so instead of dual enrollment, it is now concurrent enrollment, which means that we don't incur any of the financial responsibilities for students that are taking those classes at their respective colleges. And that was probably one of the biggest changes, because it really changed the entire dynamic of our academic program offerings, because we now know there are scholarships to support those students in concurrent enrollment, where some students, specifically the students that we hope to serve, they will be able to go to college for, if not free, very close to free, with minimal per credit expenses. And students within low-income families, single-parent households, and within certain income criteria, they will qualify to attend college for free. So that was one of the first pivots. And then was there another part to that question?
Sort of. Now that you said that, now I have another question,
Okay.
of course. I'm so sorry. And please feel free to jump in. It doesn't need to be the Jess show. So AP, are you going to offer AP in lieu of for those students that might not be ready for concurrent enrollment? Just what does that look like? And then to kind of follow up the second question that you were talking about, what about the balance between if you're looking at the higher level and the lower level, if you're looking at those things, or the, medium level, what's that balance looking like as far as the student to teacher ratio and that kind of thing?
So one of the things that I will say is, in regards to having that option as far as concurrent enrollment, we know that not all students are going to desire or want to pursue concurrent enrollment. And that was the reason for a lot of the work that we did with WestMec, because we knew that we had to have multiple options. WestMec is highly competitive. So even if we said WestMec is our only option for a concurrent enrollment, the reality is that if we had 30 students that were eligible for CTE coursework at WestMec, they might only accept one or two just because it's a statewide, it's a very competitive program. And so that was the reason why concurrent enrollment came to essentially fill that gap where we can work with Glendale Community College as well as Grand Canyon University, and they can pursue that CTE coursework at Grand Canyon University. So that was one part of it. In regards to the overall staffing plan, I think because it was vague in the original plan and the thought was, with only 2 teachers, how will you service 82 students? And that was never the intention. However, we've made a big change since additional grant funds have become available, because we were very, very, very conservative based on the availability of funds at the time of our application. So even at the start, we had only obtained $50,000 through a grant. By the end of actually after the capacity interview, that 50,000 had moved to 103,000. And then we became eligible for, or not eligible, we started having conversations with the Bank of California in regards to securing a line of credit just to add an additional surplus, so that in case of the emergency, in case of the legal challenge, in case all the things that can happen in any new school operation. So we started to pursue some of those options so that we have a surplus carrying over from year to year. But admittedly, we were very conservative in our projections just because at the time of the application, there was really limited availability of funds. But since then, we've, really tried to proactively get ahead of that.
President Close. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. It's been said, but thank you for the time, the effort, the willingness, the passion resonates. Obviously, you've done a lot of work and been very thoughtful about how you would approach the board today specifically, and I appreciate that greatly. I have a couple of questions. First one is that I'm really excited about the brave choice of a high school. I don't think a lot of operators come before us that they really want to focus on that high school, because I do elementary and there's a bunch of stuff in the high school land I do not want to touch. But I am curious if it's an intentional choice to avoid the 7th and 8th. Like if you guys considered a 7-12, or if you just always came to the plate wanting a 9-12, and maybe why?
I'm a former high school administrator, so I have a background in working with high school students. And so part of that, naturally, as we think about the ECAP and all of the things and graduation plans and all of the credit transcripts and all the things required for graduation. So I've always had a passion for ensuring that we're setting up our students for whatever comes after high school. As a state, really as a nation though, I acknowledge the fact that we don't do an excellent job of preparing students to be self-sufficient. And so for me, the combination of those two, as well as my experience in K-8 settings, I felt compelled to initiate this process to really try and make a change. And so that was the part where I started to really engage like the financial literacy programs and coursework and things, not just for our students, but also for our staff. Because oddly enough, as much as we've, focused on the students, the people that we've spoken to, adults that have said, if I worked at your school, like I would want the credit repair workshop. I would want to get information about home buying. I would want to learn more about the differences between having a typical checking and banking account, a checking and savings account versus utilizing, rapid payday loans and things like that. And so that really was the start of our mission. And I love K-8. That's my background. And we were not intentionally trying to avoid middle school. And actually that is a part of our conversation is, if authorized, naturally we want to get the high school up and running, but eventually we would like to scale it back and move to a middle school so that one, we have a feeder school to funnel right into our high school. And that's another piece too. We've built intentional relationships with very successful charter schools that are K-8, Casa Academy, as well as Vista College Prep. And so our goal is to, if authorized, is to lean into that and use those resources as an essential source of continuous really enrollment. And we have a list of schools that, if authorized, we will begin to establish more and more relationships to have that consistent stream of enrollment.
Thank you so much for elaborating on that. You, on that point of enrollment, I saw that you guys had a lot of letters submitted in like kind of the public comment area. Were some of those students, do you guys have a like interested student count list now? I realize it's a ways out in the future, but is that something you guys already have established?
So actually, as a result of our appearance on CW7, we have 20 enrollment interest forms, which it might not seem like a lot, but when you think about our overall picture of attaining 82 students for year one, we know that we're on the way because we do have additional time to continue to rev that up if we're authorized. So
yeah, it's always really hard. These processes are so hard because you need a lot of the things in place in order to get authorized. We understand that nuance is really challenging. I noticed in your application, and it speaks to my soul based on what I do, that you don't intend to outsource. There's like 10 items you're not planning. It was like financial, human resources, but then also that you're going to be in the classroom. And I just would really caution you. Like, it feels like you can do that many things at once, but once everything starts hitting and that tsunami comes, it's a little bit harder to maintain that. I'm going to do it all myself without having some compliance or operational issues. So you may actually want to consider, like a management company or someone to outsource some of the other stuff so you can focus on the vision. That's just a thought I had in praying for you at night that like you survive this if your charter gets approved, because there is really only so much one human can do. And you answered one of my questions, which was your why, but I did notice that you yourself, Ms. Lehman, you're doing a lot of this work. A lot of this passion obviously comes from you, but I noticed that you're absent on your corporate board at this point. Is that intentional? Is that?
we have a single structure board.
Okay.
And can I piggyback to something you said before about not just about, it was the comment you made, not just about the enrollment, it was
Trying to wear all the hats?
Yes, that was, thank you. And I think it was Mr. Bear, forgive me for mispronouncing your name, Bar?
Ruiz.
Ruiz, oh, okay, wrong one. I'm like, oh, sorry.
To confuse you.
I know. Sorry. In piggybacking off of that, as a former small business owner myself, I understand the dynamics of wearing all the hats when you're trying to make the decision of growing the business in comparison to we can't afford certain, expenses, but you're really stuck in that dry place. And so I've done that. And as a school leader, we often are tasked with a lot of things, a lot of roles. Sometimes you're in the cafeteria, sometimes you're in the parking lot, sometimes you're tutoring, sometimes you're subbing because you have teachers out and there are no substitutes available. So I understand that. So that plan of me being in the classroom was prior to all of these additional funding opportunities becoming available. So in the proposed budgets that we recreated, I will not, if authorized, I have no intention of working in the classroom at all because the additional funds allow us to hire teachers for every single position.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Can I piggyback on that? So I this is probably more for board staff than it is for you, but I just am curious how this works. So we're getting a lot of additional information that was not necessarily placed in the materials that we have before us. So I guess the big question is, how does that work? Like, what? I don't know how to ask it any more eloquently than that. I'm sorry.
So Rachel, I'm gonna add in there really quick. Vicky, would you actually be able to give that, just address that concern with the board?
Oh. Thank you. President Close, Vice President Montier. If I understand your question correctly, it's what is the extent of your considerations outside of information that was placed in the TRP report and where you can go with that?
Well, and basically what we have before us, and now there's a lot of new information, and it's seemingly, it's along the same vein, but a different approach. And so I guess the question is, what do we do?
Okay, so the TRP report is a recommendation, sets forth information for you to consider. If you receive additional information here through your questioning, you can consider that as well, along with what is recommended in the TRP report.
Oh, Megan. How does that work then? Is there like an amendment to yeah, okay, thank you.
That's what I wanted to address. We'll let Vicky do the law and I'll do the amendment. I did make a note as Ms. Lehman was speaking that some of the things that have been brought up may require some amendments to the contract, if the board were to approve this, if we were to move forward with an approval, it would possibly, once she has signed the contract, require some amendments to the contract. We can't make amendments prior to that because we don't have anything to amend. And there's not a process to amend your application once it's been final and scored. So I think what I've heard so far is we'd be looking at some governance amendments as well as a likely program of instruction amendment based on some of the statements that have been made.
Super. Thank you so much. I just was super confused. I'm sorry.
Anyone else have any other questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Member Ruiz.
Thank you, President Close. So it's more of a process. So, are you giving, is there something like a conditional approval that if this stuff doesn't, I don't, that's what it's a little bit like what happened. It's a little bit like what happened at the last board meeting where we had a charter come in here and say, we want a new school, but they didn't want the enrollment cap raised. And so now all of a sudden we're on the hook for saying, okay, we'll approve your school, but what happens if they overfill it? And then all of a sudden, so that's the process question I guess I have today, looking at your recommendations here, and then all of a sudden, well, yeah, but there's new information, and so we have kind of a motion that has a lot of contingencies and this and that. How does that? That's my question.
I will let Vicky answer that from a legal perspective. What I will say is, before Vicky gives her legal opinion, once the board has made its motion to approve this, and generally with the new charter motions, what we've done is approve for year one for enrollment cap of 82, serving grade 9, and so on and so forth. A charter is not eligible to come before you to even have what you're asking, the discussion about expansion, until it meets on all three of the board's frameworks. So if this applicant is approved with those caps in place, even if they knock it out of the park, she's sitting at 150 interested parties in year one, there is no mechanism for her to come before you for an additional number or additional grades to serve because she doesn't meet your eligibility requirements, which you've approved. But as for the conditional piece, that's Vicky.
So is my understanding is that you are looking at thinking about what you can do as far as approving with conditions regarding such as amendments being submitted.
Sorry, President Close. I mean, you could also flip it: approval with conditions, denial with conditions to come. I mean, if you deny with conditions and the conditions are met, and at a board meeting 2 months from now, then all of a sudden you say, okay, well, we denied it with these conditions, but you've met these conditions, so now you're able to come back to us in a couple months because everything's switched. So it's not so much an approval with conditions, which kind of gets us on a path where we're committed. And if things don't line up, then all of a sudden we've made the decision to commit. I was almost thinking like a denial with conditions. If those conditions are met, there's some sort of pathway in a short period of time so that we're not coming back a year from now and having to go through this whole thing again after a year. So that was my question.
Just a second. Just 1 second.
Just so that you know, while they're discussing, there's a lot to think about. And yes, and this is, I think, I don't mean to speak for everybody else, but a testament to what you've brought before us, that you really did look at these recommendations, that you really did, oh gosh, maybe we bit off a little bit more than we could chew. Maybe we need to, revise this and revamp this. So please understand, when we're asking these questions, we are seriously taking into consideration everything that you've brought before us. And we really want to make sure that we're making the right decision for everyone involved. And your information is great. So.
Trust us, we're all waiting with bated breath.
Okay. Or maybe it's more of a statement. So one of the challenges in this sort of gray area where you're expected to meet certain metrics that are outlined in the application. However, in the reality of executing those things, you can only go so far without actual authorization. So for example, I know our realtor spoke earlier about working together for over a year. It has taken that full year to finally land on 2 facility options that are truly viable and actually fit into our proposed budgets for years 1 through 3. So I guess my ask would be that if it is a consideration, that it would at least be approval with conditions, because that would still then allow us to move forward with not only the grant applications, but also with the facility, because without those, we're essentially back to square one, which then puts us in a position where we would probably have to reconsider and start this all over again from ground zero for the next cycle, which we run the risk of losing all of the momentum that we've really built over the last year and a half, as well as the partnerships.
And we understand that, and that's why we're like,
thank you,
not taking this lightly at all, just so you know. I know it seems, we just want to make sure we're doing the best thing. And
appreciate that.
you
Thank
did
you.
bring a lot of really good information that we didn't have before. So, yeah.
Sorry for the wait. Okay, so we talked through a few scenarios based on board precedent and our previous meetings, and really what's doable under rule. So this board does need to make a determination on this application within 200 days. Based on our quick count and quick math, that would mean that you would need to make a decision by our February board meeting. So one option right now is to table this conversation. One option. Okay. In the past, we've also had new applicants that have come in front of the board in which the board has modified the application, meaning that you can decide. You can decide if you are comfortable with grade 9 in year 1, grade 9 and 10 in year 2. What does that in slow growth model look like for you to make you comfortable in this situation? So you can modify the terms that were presented in the application so that you are comfortable with that approval. That'd be number 2. Number 3 is that you could approve with additional conditions. And this is where you start addressing some additional concerns that you may have. So for example, you could put some conditions in there that at a certain time, what do you want to see done? Do you want to see additional employees hired, additional board members? I can't speak for you. I don't know what those requirements would be, but those would be the conditions. So that basically like a pre-opening condition. So prior to opening under the charter contract, you must do X, Y, and Z. And if those terms are not met, then the charter cannot open. And in addition to that, you could say some decisions need to come back to the board. So I know they have some board members that they need to hire. those decisions, instead of coming to me as the executive director for approval, would come to you all. So you'd have more of a hand in the opening of the school and the decisions that the school is making.
Can I ask a question about that, just for some clarification? And I'm not sure who I'm looking at, so Ashley, I'm going to look at you right now.
Okay.
As far as if there were conditions in place, is it feasible for the board to put conditions on amendments? Like this is conditional upon a program of instruction amendment submitted and approved by date, or a governing board change amendment conditional by date.
Correct. And that you would need to say, what if they don't meet those conditions, right? What would be the next step? Would you want them to be brought back in front of the board for additional consideration, or potentially, carte blanche, not approved,
right?
And then cannot open.
Second question. If we were to table this, and this is a question for you, if we were to table this until February, what does that do to your grant submissions? Can you turn your mic on? I'm so sorry. I can hear you. I just want to
Okay,
make sure
sorry.
everybody else can.
If it were tabled until February, that would make us ineligible for the CSP grant. It is due on Friday. The meeting with them is tentatively scheduled for January the 7th for those that are chosen to move forward. And then the New School Venture Fund, which is due January 8th, we would not be eligible for that one either.
Okay. Third question, and everybody jump in here if you need to, sorry. If we were to put conditions upon an approval, and I guess this is kind of for everybody in the front here, as far as a program of instruction amendment or a governing board amendment, what is a realistic time frame on the board staff, and what is a realistic time frame for you as a school?
Okay, and I will answer that. Can I also speak to a couple of the conditions that she mentioned? So one of them that she suggested is potentially a slow growth model. That was our original plan, and it continues to be our original plan, is to open year 1, 9th grade, then year 2, 10th grade, and so on. And as far as the time frame, again, it just becomes a little tricky because having essentially secured a facility without signing an official lease because we're not officially authorized, it just becomes challenging as far as how much we can continue to move forward. We can absolutely continue to revise, the program of instruction. I'm not sure what the requirement would be for revising our governing board. Governance section.
This is me. So once you have a contract, and we can talk about how we can work around that.
Okay.
Once you have a contract, we have specified amendment requests that you submit as part of our contractual processes. Generally, that's done after you already have the contract. The governing section would look very similar to the documentation that you provided in your application for each of your charter principles. So that fingerprint card, the affidavit, et cetera, as well as board meeting minutes from your board, which you've already convened, to approve those changes. Program of instruction would actually just be a rewrite on your part following some very specific instructions, as well as, again, board minutes from your board indicating that they want you to make that change. If the board were to make this motion, I can have staff work on processing those amendments before the contract is signed, and then we can just amend the contract with those amendments that have been determined complete by staff once the contract does get signed, as long as Vicki says that's legal. We can do that. General timeframe for amendments is 20 business days for admin, 60 for substantive. We're not real busy over winter break, so that's a thing you should know. And that is what that could look like. And it's getting late and I'm a little punchy and I apologize.
Jim, you have a comment?
President Close, thank you. Ashley, because this all started off because we've heard a lot of different things after the final submission. And I can think of two. One is the dual versus concurrent enrollment, and the other one is your role in the school, and there's other things out there. Is there another to do a third round with the TRP, or is that out of the question?
That is currently not part of our process. I will say,
Yeah, adding another wheel to.
adding another wheel. And I will say that, and Rachel can speak to us a little bit more about timing and maybe Shannon too, but that process is pretty quick, right? So it is very rare that we see an applicant come with so much new information. It's a fast process. The technical review panel is moving quickly. And so I think that we're in this instance, the amount of information that's been presented to you today is not of the norm.
As a board member and sitting on a board with volunteer members, I find it difficult for us to be in a position to be rewriting their business plan for them and putting the effort in that needs to be done to do that. And I don't, staff has 500 schools to manage. And I just want us all to be cognizant of what we're asking here and whether we're inventing their school for them in the way we vision it, or your vision. I don't want to step on your vision at all. That's my concern as a board member.
President Close, members of the board. So I guess one question. So if there was approval with considerations and program of instruction was one, does the program of instruction, and I can't remember that particular submission, although I remember it, but does it talk about, or does it ask you to identify kind of the staffing component or just the program of instruction? It does. Okay. I wasn't sure what that looked like. Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Yeah.
Just wanted to affirm that from.
Been a little.
President Close, I may have just missed something, but you're not proposing a change in program of instruction, right? Like,
No, they are. The program of instruction, the way it was written when it went to the TRP was dual enrollment. They're proposing concurrent enrollment. So that's the change in program of instruction, right? Yes.
That is what I had in my note. I wrote down, yes.
Okay. And then the other change as far as the governing or the governance would be governing board members. And did I miss anything else as far as changes go? Yeah.
No changes that I am aware of. I will just add as the person who oversees the people who do the academic reviews of schools, the academic systems plan did score fairly low. And that is what we use to monitor the schools in their first and second year. That will be a bit challenging for board staff in that it requires so many changes. So but there's not an amendment for that. So not to request anything of the board, but you may want to consider something around a resubmission of that plan to board staff so that we have something to adequately monitor in their first and second year. Because as it is submitted, I don't have that for my staff.
So Ashley, you were talking about the 200 days, and that would be up into the February meeting. Could we do it in January? Rather than, because I think the assumption that I heard was basically we'd have to wait until February, but we could also revisit this in January, correct?
Correct. We do have a meeting scheduled for January 6th, which I believe is one day prior to your additional meeting with CSP.
Well, no, the application is due on Friday, December 20th. So if the follow-up to this is not until January, it would automatically make us ineligible. January 7th is the date of the meeting, potentially interviews with the CSP team.
And President Close, I misspoke. I'm used to having Monday meetings, but we're actually meeting on Tuesday starting next year. So it is January 7th. Yeah. But yes, to that point, if you tabled it today, you could reconsider on January 7th.
Just for me personally, procedurally, it's there's a lot to digest here, and I wouldn't feel comfortable necessarily myself approving it today, unless I was able to really get all the massive amount of clarification I think I need to make that decision. That's just me personally. So if you were unable to meet those deadlines for the grants,
That would significantly alter in full transparency, there may not be a reason for us to then move forward because without the presence of funding, the programming is no longer available. So
That's the
is
point of my
why,
question, so I appreciate that.
yeah, that is why our request would be, if authorized, at least authorized with conditions so that we can still move forward in our attempt to secure funding. And I mean, Shannon and Rachel can attest to the fact that at every interval, any opportunity that they provided for guidance, and sometimes even when they didn't offer it, I extended the invitation myself just to make sure that I was being mindful and that our team was being mindful throughout the process. So we have engaged the process the way that we need to. Every single meeting we've attended, we took the recommendations from the TRP to heart and we made the necessary changes. You know, the academic systems plan, even after the revisions, I was a little surprised by the feedback because we actually researched other approved applications just to make sure we were in the realm of what was appropriate. And we essentially beefed it up as much as we could, but they still are requesting additional information. So we will continue to revise that until it meets the need. It's just with any additional delays, we essentially will stop in this process.
Okay.
With regards to grants, just so
Sure.
I have a good understanding, because you listed 4 and I was able to scribble down 3. So I missed one and I apologize. But my understanding was that you have secured a grant for $103,000. That's secured.
We already have
CSP was a question mark.
Well, it was submitted on December the 2nd, so we will hear back in the next couple of months about whether or not we're moving to the semifinalist round.
And that's for the CSP grant.
Oh, no. CSP is due on Friday,
Right.
December 20th.
Right,
and then
so
it will
that's the
be-
question mark one.
Mhm.
And then what about the school or charter school growth fund?
That was submitted on December 2nd.
Okay, and then there was a 4th one and I didn't write it down. I'm so sorry.
Oh, New School Venture Fund.
And that one was,
Is due on January the 8th. All 4 of the grants are awarded early 2025, starting with the CSP, which Mark said could likely be available as early as February. And then the other grants are like March and then June.
and just for a clarification, and I don't know the answer to this question as far as the CSP grant goes, and I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this question. Can an application be submitted pending approval?
According to what is posted on the Arizona CSP website, it says the applicant must have an ASBCS or ASU approved replication. Oh, wait, sorry, that is wrong. The applicant. This is actually very interesting. It says applicants can apply in 2024 if they meet the following conditions. I don't know the answer to your question, Jessica, because I'm going to read this to you. The applicant has already submitted its charter application to the authorizers by June 2024, which this applicant has done. 2 says an approved replication application, which this is not. That's for existing operators. The 3rd is an approved expansion application. Again, that's for existing operators. As I read this, and I would have to confirm with the CSP folks, which I can try to call Dr. Francis if you would like. I think the fact that the application is in may make them eligible, but I can't confirm that.
My understanding after a meeting with Mark and Jane is that we would have had to have submitted our application in June or by June to the charter board, but then we would have to receive approval in this December meeting.
And President Close and members, that's our understanding too, but we are having someone check in with CSP right now.
Well, any other questions or comments while we're waiting?
I would certainly hate to deny you this opportunity because you've done exactly what the TRP suggested. You've addressed all those things. You've done what we want potential applicants to do. So I think it's very hard to say no, but we'll have to see what the law says. We can.
But now, for the record, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes.
President Close, if we may take roll
I
call.
was just gonna say,
I know. We got to do it.
call this meeting back to order, and Ashley, if you could take roll call.
Yes. Vice President Montier,
Here.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Ms. Foster, Ms. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
I'm like 75%.
You and me both.
No, I'm here.
President Close.
Thank you.
That's the
President Close.
majority. So you're here. I'm here too.
With that, you have a quorum.
All right. Were there any additional questions or comments from staff or board, voting members of the board?
I think we just need a clarification on the CSP. Yes.
Yeah, we did get confirmation from the CSP folks that if today the application is approved with conditions, that they would accept that for their review process.
All right. Anyone else? There is nothing else. Jessica, are you prepared for a motion?
Mostly. I would go with 75% prepared. So there's like so much to take into consideration. And you brought forth a lot of really great information and how do you say it, like a vision or kind of a plan, but I need to see something in writing and I want to make sure it's fleshed out. So I am making a motion that we table this until January so I can have a better idea of program of instruction, specifically addressing the concurrent enrollment. What does AP look like? There's concerns about the governance and who's on the governing board and that kind of thing. So I want to see a plan, a real plan of what that looks like. I think what you're saying is awesome. And if you could put it in writing, then it would give us a better understanding of where we're going. So.
All right, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Crockett. Actually, go ahead and take the vote.
Vice President Montier.
Oh, excuse me. Member Ruiz. Yeah.
Question. Thank you, President Close. This is a motion to table.
That is correct.
Okay.
For clarification, you wanted additional information about governance, program of instruction, and educational plan. Would you like the applicant to present that information at the January meeting?
Yes. And is it, okay, so now I'm going to ask another question. I apologize. Is it acceptable and allowed, maybe this is a Vicky question, to ask for that in writing so that we can see a solid, like what that looks like?
If you table it and bring it back in, are we talking January? Yes, you can ask that be presented.
Okay.
In January.
Yes, that is the motion I'm making. I'm asking that my motion is to table this. If I don't use the right language, I apologize. My motion is to table this decision until the January board meeting, at which time I want to see in writing the revised or the updated program of instruction. I want to see a list of the approved charter holders and a complete board. And then I would like to know where you're at as far as grants go. I know you've given us some information. I know that this decision today changes things a little bit, so I just want an update on grants as well. Is that acceptable? Is that an acceptable motion, legally speaking?
To add to that, it would be helpful for board staff if you put a date as to when you would want the applicant to submit that information to board staff. So typically we like to post our board materials a week in advance. So that would get us to the 31st of December. But we would need the materials prior to that.
Okay.
So I would recommend by the 26th. December 26th.
December 26th. Is that something that's feasible for? You need to turn your mic on. I'm so sorry.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What exactly were the requests as far as our governing board? Because there were no submitted changes at the time of the application. So I'm still unclear as to what.
No, I just want the governing board fleshed out, like who all, because you're talking about bringing some other people onto the governing board. So what that's looking like. Because my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, was that you were going to be all of your hats. And so it was just to have a better understanding of what that looks like and your role, because now it sounds like it was going to be in the classroom and now it's changing, and what that whole situation looks like.
That is correct. That didn't impact our governing board structure at all. So there weren't any changes to that. I
Is
was
that-
still listed as the proposed superintendent, and that wouldn't change based on. So I wasn't sure what other change.
Member Montier,
Yes.
or Vice President Montier. What I think the governing board, they expanded the view of what those additional spots would look like. Somebody from healthcare, maybe a
That
lawyer.
That wasn't me.
That was.
Really?
Turn off your mic. If I may. So I think from what we've heard, and I'm going to Jessica questions. You have asked questions. Member Montier, Member Jones, I apologize, that you both have asked, and then statements that have been made. It sounds like what we're looking for in that realm is some clarification around the roles of the current members of the governing board / charter principals. And also, Member Jones, you had asked quite a few questions around the staffing, and I think this all ties, it all intertwines. Some an updated staffing plan and some updated clarification around what that looks like. Yes, so forgive me, I'm using the wrong language. My fault, I apologize. Not specific to governing board governance. So staffing and roles, yes, that's, yes. Do I need to do that? I need to do this again. Let me try again.
Yes,
I'm so
please
sorry.
do.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to table the board's decision until the January. Oh, sorry.
You need to retract that.
Oh, I need to retract it and then do it again?
Well, because there was a second.
What am I?
There's a
Yes.
motion on the table.
Yes.
There's a motion.
Yes.
So am I just clarifying this motion on the table?
I think where we at, you need to retract the previous one and start over with a new motion.
Okay, I make a motion to take back everything I just said.
I second that.
Yeah, there's no objection.
Aye. Okay, now I make a motion again to table this decision until the January board meeting, and by December 26th, okay, the board would like to see the following information in writing. Clarified roles on the charter or the staffing and the governing board, just get a little bit of clarification about where everybody's roles are and what the expectation is, an updated program of instruction based on what you shared today, and then just an updated information on grants that have been approved, accepted, or are in the works. And the board meeting is on January 7th, correct? Okay.
Clarification, I think you said by January 26th rather than
By December 26th for the January 7th board meeting.
Second.
Okay, seconded. Is that a good motion, Ashley?
It is.
Made and seconded by
Yes.
Dr. Crockett. Made by Member Vice President Montier and seconded by Member Crockett. Member
We're gonna have some, thank you, President. We're gonna have some, just so you mentioned something about a grant. So this one grant is is still available or it becomes unavailable. That's what I thought. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right. We're in motion now. So Ashley, can you please take the vote?
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
No.
Mr. Swanson.
I'm going to vote no, and I want to say why. I feel like we're precedent setting here, and I feel like we're setting up the staff for failure, and we're asking too much to be done in too little bit of a time. We have a process. The process was laid out in great detail by board staff. We have 2 shots at the TRP. We have an ability to set your vision, build a plan, and execute it. we are here now trying to machinate and back into a plan that's workable. And I'm voting no because I just want you to know, I think you have a pretty high hurdle for January. So no.
President Close.
I think the vote's been established now, but I guess I just want to say that apologize on the board's behalf for if there's been any confusion or for the random nature maybe of the way this is unfolded. But I also want you to, in my opinion, recognize that I think that symbolizes support for you all. We just personally, I just hope for the best for you and regardless of whatever obstacles are put before you, to keep trying, so, but as in regards to the motion for tabling, I am going to vote no.
With that, motion passes.
Sorry. Good luck. Hope to see you in January. Finally, Shannon, Unbound Academic.
Good afternoon again. Unbound Academic Institute has submitted a new charter application package to open Unbound Academy, providing an Arizona online instruction program serving grades 4 through 8 and serving students statewide in a fully online environment. I apologize. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 78.46% and the business plan scored 88.89%. The operational plan met the scoring criteria for substantive completeness with a score of 96.43%. The revised AOI package submitted by the applicant was reviewed by Rio Salado Community College and met the required AOI criteria for approval. After receiving the final scoring rubrics, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved with hesitation. Further information about the TRP's rationale for this recommendation was included in the board materials, specifically in Appendix A, the recommendation report. And we are all available for questions if you have them.
Any questions for Shannon or the staff at this point? No? Then is there a representative from Unbound Academic Institute? Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Second, hello. My name is Andrew Price. I'm a board member and the treasurer for Unbound Academic Institute. Wanted to first thank the staff for this thorough, organized, and well-run process that's lasted most of this year now. I can genuinely say, though, that at each step, the feedback has improved not only our application, but I believe the school that we're proposing to offer. We have the board here with, I think, one on video. Happy to answer any questions you have around the TRP's recommendation, their concerns, or any other topics. I won't repeat our application. We have a unique offering that's generated amazing educational outcomes at our affiliated private schools in Texas and Miami. And we'd love to bring that learning model and aspire to deliver similar results to all interested families here in Arizona via an AOI charter school.
Okay. What was that? Was that just somebody joining the meeting there?
President Close, we do have a few people that are online, but I believe that was all that the charter representative had to present.
Your statement.
Or the applicant, I'm sorry.
So are there any questions from the board?
President Close, members of the board, first, thank you for being here. We appreciate all the hard work and dedication that you've put into the application. Just really quickly, and thank you for the detail on the enrollment projections and the detail on the spend to be able to recruit students. So, you're looking at 250 full-time online students funded at the 95% level in the formula, correct?
Yeah, that's the year one target, correct.
Okay, that's all I had.
I have a question. So with regards to your model in Texas, it's private school model. And so now you're stepping into the charter realm, public school realm, and you're stepping into a new state. So talk me through what your thought process with that was and how you're going to utilize what you know of the private sector to go to the public sector and have that be successful, because it obviously funding alone is a little bit different, but and it's also, you know, we have a high prevalence of online schools here. So talk us through that just so that we can have a little bit more information from your perspective.
Yeah, I'll hit on a couple brief things, but if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to dig more. We did open our first affiliated school in a different state this year. I mentioned the Miami campus in Florida, and obviously that involves different curriculum standards. So we're familiar with that process of, and you know, 90–80% of it is the same, but there are differences, and those need to be added. Our curriculum team has gone through that. And we've gone through all the work for Arizona as well as a part of the application. So I think we've had some practice in that, even though, yes, obviously Arizona is different with some different things. We recognize that. I would say probably the most unique thing is the reason we picked Arizona is because it is very pro school choice, pro online, and we thought it would be a good home for this model to expand. We also recognize that the flip side of that, as the provider, is there are a lot of choices already out there for parents, right? There's 25,000 students at 50 or so online schools, I think, if hopefully I got those right. And so we recognize that we've got to compete for these families' interest. So to that, we talked about this a lot in the capacity interview, but we put $1,000 per student as the marketing budget, which is a lot of money. Because we do think that is going to be there's competition, and we understand that, and we understand the situation, and we're prepared to. We think we have a very unique product, and we're prepared to market it aggressively starting tomorrow if we get approved. But I do think we recognize that isn't going to be trivial, and we've put thought and some capital behind that. And any other areas you'd like us to go in particular? Those are two I know we've thought a lot about.
Right. And I just want to ask thank you, by the way. And I want to ask just a follow-up question. So as far as a interest, have you done an interest survey? Do you know how many you have interested so far? Only asking because it looks like you're going 250, 500, 750, and 1,000, gradual increase. So just wanted to talk that through a little bit.
The best data point we have are sort of the 2 Hour Learning co-founder, and she can speak. She's on the video there. Has a large social media following, about 500,000 parents and folks at this point. Our estimates say about 10,000 of those are families in Arizona. We've got mailing list of, would you want us to bring a school to your city, which has hundreds and hundreds of people from the state. So that's our lead. I think it was you earlier, or maybe it was Ms. Miller mentioned there is a trick to threading the needle here on how much can you do before you're approved, or do you want to do? And so we're prepared to go aggressively with this marketing budget early next year. That's what we've done to this point, though.
President Close, members, I'm wondering, because Texas is a great choice state as well, why it's private in Texas.
We started private. We partnered this fall with a brick. Texas does not have. They've grandfathered their virtual charters, so they're not accepting any more virtual charters right now. And they are hoping to pass an ESA program this year. It's a big priority for the governor, but they do not have a voucher program. They do have charter schools, though, as you mentioned. We partnered with an existing brick and mortar charter school this fall in Northeast Austin, where we provided the curriculum. They still ran the school. So we do have now 1 semester's worth of experience in there, and we plan to continue that. And we plan to get involved in the other forms of school choice in Texas if and when those if and when those laws change. But to be clear, you are much more pro school choice right now than Texas is.
Thank you. Thank you.
President Close, members, thank you for being here this afternoon and all your work for us today. A couple of questions. 4th through 8th grade is a very interesting grade range. So I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit to why those are the grades you'd like to serve.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Given the fully online model, we wanted to start with what we know we can deliver amazing results at, and we do believe you can teach kids to read online. It sounds chicken and egg, but we believe it can be done. But we're much more confident in the ability to deliver 4 through 8 in a fully online environment. So we wanted to start there. Our next step would be, hopefully we'll be back here whenever we're allowed in 2 or 3 years. No, I know not immediately, but to ask you to expand that down to K through 3, and then perhaps the high school as well. That would be the next step for us. We do have one high school, but that is something we're not expanding at this point. So all of our brick and mortar schools are K through 8. We're excited to do that, but we're wanted to take a baby step and make sure we only do what we know we're gonna deliver amazing results on first. Understanding that there's a trade-off there with the families and the recruitment and all that, and that was we thought about it, but that was the trade-off we wanted to make right now.
Yeah, thank you for the thoughtfulness in that approach. And then a few minutes ago when you were speaking, you said that you know that this is a very saturated online market, which I believe it is, which is probably my biggest hesitation today. And so you said that you feel like you still bring something really, new. And obviously we were able to read through your application, but it's always better to hear it from the operator. So what do you feel like is going to really set you apart that we should consider a new option here in Arizona?
Yeah. Thank you, board members. Tim Ironman with Unbound Academy. The model itself is twofold. One, the 2-hour learning and the AI-driven instructional model allows for a truly individualized plan for every student. The opportunity for a student to be working at their level with knowledge gaps filled in that process gives students the opportunity to work maybe at a lower level in one subject while continuously working at a higher level in another. It's a truly individualized plan that will be developed for every single student for every single subject. In addition to that, our afternoon program is focused on life skills, grit, determination, teamwork. Students have the opportunity to work through different workshops online while still getting opportunities to learn real life skills. Some of the examples, the Harvard Business Study of climbing Mount Everest, we're able to construct that online where students can do 360 rounds of feedback with one another, determine what makes their team strong, their individual strengths, their weaknesses, and then work together to get up Mount Everest as one. Same thing with storytelling, public speaking. They can narrate Dungeons and Dragons scenarios online with each other in the afternoon. So the morning is taken over through our AI learning. In the afternoon, they get the opportunity to really hone in on those life skills.
That's great. Thank you so much. It did make me think of another question. With so much data being collected, about each individual student to create that individualized learning experience, how do you keep that safe? What's your safety component for your students?
We obviously ensure we meet all federal mandates in terms of FERPA and privacy, but Andy might be able to speak a bit more about the software.
Yeah. Trying to remember the names. We went through this with the Rio Salado folks. They asked that in the LMS demonstration. The technical team. There's two main things. There's a tool called GoGuardian that's used. There's the data itself, which he said, but a big part of safety too. The kids are online all day. We want to make sure they're safe. So that's there's a technology called GoGuardian, and then there's a whole orientation and initiation thing the students go through the first week. That's I believe it's from the FBI. I know we went through that with the Rio Salado folks. For apologies for not recalling it all.
No, that's great. Are there any third parties that you would ever share any of the information collected with?
There are some third-party learning technologies involved in the curriculum right now. So, for example, some of the math grades are taught by IXL. So whatever data they have, they have. But again, I think IXL is used throughout Arizona schools, and we're comfortable with their policies.
Very similar to brick and mortar. Yeah. Thank you for expanding.
Thank you, President Close and board members. So the the life skills, the non 2 hour intense, that's so that you comply with seat time and blah, that's tracked like when the, when the
It's
students are
primarily going to be synchronous,
Okay.
is our plan. It is, we highlight, it is going to be a different experience, for kids than a normal, thing, but they're going to be learning. They're going to be online working in groups or in the things. So yeah, it'll all be, tracked and mostly synchronous.
Yes. So I just want to make sure I have a little bit better understanding as far as student retention goes, because I know that that was something that the TRP wanted a little bit of clarification on, and what your metrics are as far as that goes. And then I also kind of wanted to piggyback on something Member Ruiz said regarding how you're going to track. I say seat time, I understand it's not the same as a bricks and mortar, but tracking how long the students are working through the program. And I'm looking at ADM in particular and that approach.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick on the tracking. I mean, we have the best, we can tell whether they're in a Zoom classroom with one of the teachers or not. We know when they're using our apps. We know I mentioned iExcel, they use that embedded in our app though. So we know every minute that they're using the technology. We know if they're actually clicking on their keyboard or just sitting there, and which isn't a requirement right now for seat time, but we encourage that. So we have a great tracking data that we use extensively internally to make sure the kids motivated and help them learn, but we don't think it's going to be a problem to comply with the state requirements for the information we need there. You want to cover retention?
Yeah. And again, in regards to retention, we know that our system and our apps and the process can have students grow 2 times the normal grade level achievement for the year. Should we not recognize that growth or realize that growth, students will have that individual plan to work through which areas are deficient and hopefully get them up to grade level. And if needed, we would retain them in that grade if necessary.
Oh, sorry, just to piggyback on that, as far as intervention plan goes, and then when we're looking at EL students that receive our English language learners and also special needs.
Education.
Yes,
of course.
Go ahead and touch on that.
Yeah, we'll have the tiered SST process throughout the whole campus online in terms of tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for students that aren't meeting their needs. If they're coming in with existing IEPs, 504s, we'll ensure to honor those recommendations and accommodations and modifications as needed. And then for our ELL students, ensuring that we comply with any SEI and ELL requirements for the state.
And are you contracting out for specifics, or are you going to hire staff to address the?
We'll hire specifics for special education and ELL. Just given the populations, it's invariable. We're going to need them. If it becomes larger than capacity, we'll hire more, or if it's a specific service, we'll contract out for that.
I think the budget template had one person on staff immediately with a budget to contract out, but to the degree we have concentration, it's going to be less expensive to hire additional staff. We'll go that route.
Yeah. Member Jones.
Thank you, President Close. Just to expand on what Jessica was asking. So the instructional time minute requirement for the online or AOI. So your ADM that you're proposing in that budget is that 250 students meet the required instructional minutes for you to get fully funded for 250 students. You feel confident in that?
I think we said 94% or something is going to qualify because of whatever reasons they're out.
So
we
slightly
discounted it a little bit, but yeah. And I mean, we talked a little about budget. The nice thing about the virtual, not having the physical building is we can scale that financial plan.
Right.
It's pretty variable, right? And so we'll if we had 250, and then to your point, if 30% aren't showing up, because that's typical in the online, then we can adjust the staffing accordingly, and I'm comfortable we can still make the financials work.
Thank you for answering the question.
Any additional questions or comments?
I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to a question that I had asked before. I know I asked the question about student interest. The only reason I'm asking the question is because the market is so saturated and you're looking at a 250 per year increase. So I just want to know if that's something that you find is feasible, what's your experience in other schools, what have you done as far as research here in Arizona, to get to those, like, where did you come up with those numbers?
Yeah, so I can tell you about the, so a couple points. We just went through, so we expanded from 2 schools to 6 in Austin this year. So we kind of went through a pretty big, marketing expansion plan. We worked with an outside vendor. It was a sort of a brand saturation type of effort focused on the 2-hour learning concept, as well as the school brand, which is Alpha there. Everything, social media, print, some billboards, you name it. That was successful, got about 100 students, and this is at $25,000 to $40,000 price point private schools. So I know things are saturated here, but we believe that those bottom conversion steps are going to be a lot easier when the parent, it's free to the parent, obviously, to come to this offering. So we're going to use that as a template. We have that same program. Obviously, we need to change the brand. It's not going to be Alpha. It's going to be Unbound Academy. But most of what we did in Austin, we think can apply here. And I mentioned we're ready to start that the beginning of next year. Just in terms of sizing, honestly, we looked at what was out there. We looked at the 25,000 students right now in the online programs. We sort of compared to the larger providers out there. We tried to strike a balance between realistic and our aspirations. Again, my hope is we're back here in 3 years asking you for more than 1,000. But understand that yes, it's a saturated market, and we're going to need to see how that marketing goes. But we have a big budget too. Like I said, we were not skimping on the budget there because we recognize that this is going to be a big part of it.
Any other questions, Dr. Crock?
Oh, thank you. And what grade levels do you serve in Texas, or do you serve all grade levels?
Yeah, it's we have 1 high school that, as I mentioned, we're not really looking to expand. That's more of an experimentation ground at this point. All of our other schools are all K through 8.
And you say some of them are charters.
We've partnered. Yeah, we provide the 2-hour learning curriculum at 1 charter. Correct.
And then
that's K through 8. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering how these students end up grade-wise and going on to high school and college, particularly the high school students.
Yeah, we had our first big graduating. My daughter was in our first big graduating class this past year. She's a freshman at Vanderbilt, so we certainly were happy about that. But lots of good results from the high schools in terms of colleges, and then same thing. There's a lot of the private high schools in Austin are eager to take our 8th graders as they progress through the system. We've had 4 or 5 sort of full classes of 8th graders now at this point.
And 2 other quick points of data. The Learning 2X is not just a word we say, it's a commitment we have at any of our schools. So to get a student going from where they are at the beginning of the year to go up 2 times the growth that they started the year, it's a commitment that we're prepared to utilize for every single student. In addition to that small charter school that Andy mentioned, the students all came in. They use STAR test there versus AASA, but if we use the same metrics of false, far below, approaches, meets, exceeds, all enrolled were false, far below at the start of the school year. Currently on track, we now have 80% at least to approach by the end of the school year, given practice STAR tests and current growth. So we're already seeing from August to December that level of projected growth for the currently enrolled students at that charter school.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question, as far as to Dr. Crockett's, have you experienced going from the online instruction for 4 through 8, and then the students are, well, I guess twofold question. One, have you partnered with any high schools here in town to see about transitioning students? Because it's possible right now you're not looking at high school. So that's why I'm asking the question. And then the second one is a lot of students might find an interest, high school students might find an interest in going into a bricks and mortar school for sports and things like that to get the traditional high school experience. So what does that look like as far as transitioning from an online program into an in-person program? Have you kind of thought about that to help the students, particularly 8th grade?
Twofold. From the 8th grade to high school jump, as Andy mentioned, our high school is very small. So most of our 8th graders transition to a different high school than our current private high school, meaning that we need to be there with them to help them prepare that their records, transcripts, et cetera, are in such a state that they are both digestible and attractive to their high school of choice. So we're familiar on how to do that. Our records team works great with that. So do our teachers, to make sure that it's all on the right page. And then from a online to brick and mortar sports and different activities of that nature, we don't have solid data for that. That hasn't existed yet. Speaking from my experience, I was a former district administrator here in Arizona, and we had students coming to us all the time in a similar scenario of, can we be on that team? Can we participate in this school activity? And it's about forging those relationships with current public brick and mortar schools, which we're prepared to do and use hopefully our connections here in the Valley and around the state to make those stronger.
Thank you, President Close. One other question. You mentioned like the charter school law in Arizona being friendly, a good reason to come into the market. Is there, I might have missed it in the application, is there another connection back to Arizona? Is there any other reason that you want to do business in Arizona?
We believe in this model and we want to see it scale and grow at a nationwide level. Anecdotally, I'd like to think I'm a bit of that connection. I was a Teach for America Corps member here in 2007, former charter school teacher, former charter school board member. I was the teacher representative for 3 years under Governor Brewer, and I'm really excited to be back here. I met and learned about this model. I met Mackenzie back in February, and it was President's Day weekend. I remember I flew back home and we put our house on the market the next Monday because I believed in this model. And then as I came on to learn more about it, the fact that Arizona was top of the list to get there, I was all the more excited to be a part of it. So I'm just one person, and I'm going to hopefully use my existing connections to help forge that relationship and make us even stronger in this state.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
If I could really quickly, I just want to thank, we do have a few board members here. Mackenzie Price is joining us online. And then behind us, I have Stephanie Bedoria and Jason Cordy are here as well. So thank you.
All right, welcome. Thank you. Are we prepared? Jessica, are you prepared?
I'm prepared, much more so this time. All right. Based on a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Unbound Academic Institute and the information provided by representatives of Unbound Academic Institute during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Unbound Academic Institute to establish the school Unbound Academy to serve students in grades 4 through 8 with this what's the word I use? Caveat, I guess. So you're currently looking at a 250, 500, 750, and 1,000 gradual cap. I would like to see it go 200, 400, 600, 800 because the market is very saturated and I want to see success for your school. That's my motion.
May I say something, or probably not? Right
Well,
now?
let's see if there's a second first. There's a second? Dr. Crockett, are you going to second? No. No second?
I will second.
Just to move forward, discussion. Okay, you had a comment, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I thought, and maybe
I'm sorry. Oh, Vicki,
Please,
go for
let's
it.
take vote on the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a second.
So we're in motion.
That's correct.
Go ahead and take a vote then, Ashley.
No discussion after a motion and second board?
Board members can.
Yeah, board.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, we can discuss once the motion. So
If you have discussion on this motion, then you'll need to read back to the original.
well, if there's
It's already been seconded.
it's already been motion and seconded. Yes.
It has been
Uh,
seconded.
So
Do you,
So the motion is, I'm just trying to clarify it in my head. Sorry, I thought, the motion is to approve, but with, but with different enrollment caps.
that is correct. In year one, it would be 200,
Right.
year two,
2,
400,
4, 6, 8.
600 and 800.
If the motion fails, is another motion, or it can another motion be? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Okay, fine.
all right, Ashley, please take the vote.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
No, only because I like the present numbers.
Ms. Jones,
No, because I think the proposed amounts are fine.
Mr. Ruiz,
No, because I'm fine with the current caps that were proposed.
Mr. Swanson,
I'll vote yes. And just from time to time, I'm suspect of online learning in an environment where the state's paying. And I do, though, I would love to have you guys voluntarily come back and present after you have a year under your belt, please. I think that using AI in education, you have to break the model and move forward and do something. So good luck. I'm excited. I'm on the TFA board here locally. So I know a lot of TFA core members and you're changing education. Go for it.
President Close.
Aye.
With that, motion passes.
Congratulations. I get to say that today. Ashley or Shannon, is that it? Ashley, item M.
All I have to report is that we do have a January meeting scheduled for January 7th. And going forward into next year, remember, we are meeting the first Tuesday of every month instead of Mondays.
Tuesdays at 10. Right?
Tuesdays at 10. Yep. That's it.
This is only once a year.
President closes the meeting adjourned.
The meeting is adjourned.